Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. The road to Omaha begins today in Chapel Hill for maybe the most difficult and loaded regional in the country. 3-seed East Carolina knocking on the door of Omaha for years against 2-seed Tennessee, who's been to Omaha 3 of the last 5 years and is red hot. 16 regionals around the country, double elimination format, with North Carolina, the number 5 national seed here, facing off with 4-seed VCU later today on ESPN+, and the winners today meet tomorrow night. With that, we say hello and thanks for joining us. Alongside Ben McDonald, I'm Mike Monaco, and the road to Omaha starts now with 64 teams, and in a few weeks we'll be down to 8.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's the best time of the year for me. I mean, school's out. It's like you're a big leaguer now, man. You're playing to get to Omaha. That's the big deal right now. The biggest storyline for me is, can somebody knock off the SEC? The SEC has absolutely dominated the College World Series. 6 in a row, 7 of 8, and 11 of the last 16 titles have been won by the Southeastern Conference. But with UCLA, number 1 preseason, they've been number 1 all year long. They're the number 1 overall national seed. Georgia Tech as well, the most explosive offense in the game this year. They may have something to say for the SEC, certainly for this year.
Speaking of offense, how about Tennessee playing its best baseball of the season right now, and after a slow start offensively, back to hitting the home runs we're used to.
Yeah, you look 1 for 4. They won 1 series in their first 4 conference series, but they've won 4 of the last 6, and they finished strong. The biggest reason why was the offense. 111 home runs, 7th best mark in the country. And if you look what Tennessee has done the last 5 years, it's been about the long ball. They've averaged 142 home runs in the last 5 seasons. No team in the SEC has ever had 5 consecutive years of hitting 100 or more home runs. So for Tennessee, when the offense is right, and it has been right lately, it's been because of the long ball.
After what Josh Elander said was some time where it wasn't smooth sailing, to your point early on this year, but they figured it out. They face East Carolina, who's long had the label of perhaps the best program that's never been to Omaha. 12th year head coach Cliff Godwin in that dugout, he told us he's as proud of any team as he's had this year because of all they've overcome with injuries and adversity this season, especially on their pitching staff. So we got the Pirates and the Vols from beautiful Boshamer Stadium on a gorgeous day in Chapel Hill. First pitch right after this. Three-seed East Carolina, the American Conference champions, with the 3rd best offense in the American in terms of runs per game at a little over 7 a pop, led by star freshman Grady Lenahan in the leadoff spot for this East Carolina group. Going up against a veteran left-hander, senior from Woburn, Massachusetts for the Vols, Evan Blanco, first year with Tennessee after transferring in from Virginia, and Ben, he's pitched on big stages.
Yes, he has. I mean, the experience is the biggest factor for him. I mean, you think about what he has done. He's pitched in the College World Series, Super Regionals, all with Virginia. 3 years in Virginia, and I tell you what, he was outstanding. That maybe last year, not quite as good as he was in his sophomore year. He was nicked up with injury a little bit last year, but I tell you what, typically a strike thrower and a guy that's got a slow heartbeat because of all the big moments he's been in.
And those are the reasons why his head coach Josh Elander decided to go with Evan Blanco and not Tegan Kuhns, projected first rounder and Kuhns ace of the staff. Kuhns can go tomorrow, but Blanco's going to get it started against this East Carolina team. Man, what a regional this is. The 1-seed North Carolina, certainly national championship caliber club. 2-seed Tennessee, Omaha mainstays recently. East Carolina, wonderful program, and a really good 4-seed in VCU. Evan Blanco deals strike 1, and away we go on a gorgeous day in Chapel Hill.
Well, these first innings are so important, especially for the pitchers, to be able to kind of calm down, slow their heartbeat down a little bit, and get off to a good start. It's all about stacking a 0 in the first inning.
Lenahan lines one into left, and Blaine Brown makes the catch on a sinking line drive. 76 degrees. It's a light breeze. Our people say 5 miles an hour. It's not super humid. It's going to be great.
We couldn't have ordered a better day than this. I mean, this is absolutely outstanding weather.
So 1 away for Blanco on a hard hit ball at 95 off the bat from Grady Lenahan. And now here's one of the great stories on the East Carolina team. Walk-on turned star Jack Herring. Senior from Atlanta, was second team all-conference in the American. Team leader in OPS and RBIs, tied for first in home runs. His OBP is .498, second best in the conference. A couple years at Division II Rollins College, late surge in his season last year, and a leader who has produced all season this year. It just misses down. 2-0 from a strike thrower in Evan Blanco. See the numbers last year in part-time duty for Jack Herring, who has really guided this offense in many ways this season. And now we got time called here. Evan Blanco's looking into the Tennessee dugout.
Thought something's wrong with his, looked like his wristwatch.
I think he's getting the pitch display linked up. Josh Elander, the head coach of his first NCAA tournament game. Of course, everyone knows Tony Vitello was hired in October to be the manager of the San Francisco Giants. And athletic director Danny White promoted Josh Elander to head coach. We asked him yesterday, does it feel any different being the head coach? He said probably the only thing that's going to feel different is when game's on the line and you got to be the one to decide on a pitching changer.
Yeah, that's different. But I tell you what, he's been here at Tennessee through the heyday of Tennessee and when they were so good. You look what Tennessee did, man. Through 2021 through 2025, this program averaged over 51 wins per season. That's how good they have been.
Blanco back to work, and it's 2-1 on Jack Herring. And #1 overall seed 2 of these last 5 years for the Vols. Started this year preseason number 14 in the country. And a good finish. They went 15-15 in the SEC. Fouled away, 2-2 on Herring.
So when you look at Blanco, you can see kind of what he likes to do. So fastball's not an extremely hard fastball. 88 to 91, maybe show you a 92. But he loves to shove the fastball into righties to get to what really is his best swing and miss pitch, which is that changeup.
And then the fastball like that can live at the top of the zone. That was 92 miles an hour.
You look at the induced vertical break for you folks that like that. That means how the ball carries through the zone. Does gravity grab it, or does it kind of stay on plane? His induced vertical break right around 19 inches, which is a little bit better than what big league average is. So even though it's not a hard velocity fastball, he can get you out because it's got that ride through the zone.
Blake Grimmer with a fine play up the middle, and there's 2 down here in the first.
But year to year for Tennessee, you talk about their defense, man. They have taken care of the baseball a lot better this year than what they did last year. Fielding percentage this year, 5th best in the country. They come in at .984 this Tennessee fielding percentage. Last year, only .970. That's a nice play right there. Kind of slides to the backhand side, quickly to his feet, and collects the out over at first base.
And how about the positioning, too? We talked with Josh Elander yesterday. He said one of the things they did this year to improve on the defense is they went all in on shifting. And that wasn't a true extreme overshift, but Blake Grimmer was well positioned up the middle. Boy, and then a really good changeup to start out Braden Burris. As Pirates fans certainly know by now, they've heard it plenty from Cliff Godwin's hometown of Snow Hill, North Carolina. Leader on this team, self-made guy, was first team all-conference in the American. 7th in the league in on-base percentage at around .450. Last year, a tremendous freshman season, and he delivered in the postseason. On the ground at short at Manny Merritt, who's up with it, and that's a 1-2-3 top of the first. As advertised from Evan Blanco. Ryan Towers to the mound next. The NCAA Baseball Regionals are presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? Perfect weather in Chapel Hill, North Carolina for this regional lid lifter, with Game 2 set to follow tonight between North Carolina and VCU. Told you Tennessee's offense figured it out. They finished the year 7th in the SEC in terms of runs per game, but it was 3rd best in offense in SEC play. 3rd in the league with 111 home runs. And Henry Ford, another Virginia transfer, leads the team in a bunch of different categories for Josh Elander's Vols. And they will face Ryan Towers, redshirt junior, who started his career at Loyola Marymount and now has come back from the internal brace elbow surgery that he had last year, and he's been really steady.
Yeah, didn't play at all last year, as you were talking about recovering from Tommy John surgery, rather. And boy, this year he has been outstanding. Wasn't really the #1 guy when the season began. Him and Norby has kind of gone back and forth a little bit. But look at the whip, 1.18. It's better than a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And again, not a big fastball. You talk about velocity from the left side, 86 to 90, but he has got a really good changeup, curveball pretty good, and he'll show an occasional cutter as well.
Cliff Godwin said to us, this guy's gotten a lot better as this year's gone along. And with Ethan Norby pitching twice in the conference tournament in the American in Clearwater, Florida, including 5+ innings of sterling relief on Sunday, just made a ton of sense to keep it with Towers on Friday.
Absolutely, because Towers has really pitched it well as of late. You see what the ERA was.
Garrett Wright goes first pitch swinging, deep left field, and at the wall, it's caught by Davin Whitaker. What a play by Whitaker.
Boy, Garrett Wright just ambushes the first pitch he sees. Looked like an elevated fastball. And Whitaker out in left field, drew a bead on it from the beginning, man. I mean, right up against the wall he goes. Watch this move right here. Really good drop step. And I mean, right up against the wall in left center field. All right, I guess we're off and moving now.
Hey, now. 105 off the bat of Garrett Wright on the first pitch he saw. And a great play by Davin Whitaker, who made a great catch Sunday in the 9th inning in the title game against UTSA.
He says, thank you very much, says Ryan Towers.
And now Blake Grimmer skies one to center. And Grady Lenahan, and on 3 pitches, 2 outs for Towers to get started. Ben, how do you think this ballpark's going to play this weekend, and I guess in particular to start during these day games?
It looks like it's drifting just slightly out toward right center field. Now, when I got here, and this is my first time here at the Boston, what a beautiful ballpark it is, but it's pretty big for most college fields, out in left field, left center field, and center field. Now, the very gettable part of this ballpark is straightaway right center field. It kind of bellies in a little bit, so that's going to be the gettable part is right center field. And you go down the right field line, it's a pretty good poke, 340 feet right down the right field line. So I would call this more of a pitcher's ballpark, but like a lot of places this time of year, when the weather begins to heat up, wind starts to blow out a little bit, we tend to see the ball get out of the ballpark. But I wouldn't mind pitching in this ballpark compared to some of the other college ballparks I've seen.
2 down for Henry Ford, who's top 150 on our ESPN MLB draft rankings. Team leader in home runs and RBIs, but he's down 1 and 2 as Towers has shown a little bit of everything on these first 3 pitches.
Yeah, he too, Towers, I mean, again, not high velocity, but the metrics favor him. The induced vertical break, meaning the ball stays on plane a long time, so he can kind of get you out a lot of different ways.
He gets a weak roller at Nick Parham, and the foot back down on the bag from Austin Irby. And the inning is over. 7 pitches for Ryan Towers out of the gates, and we're off and running. 16 regionals around the country getting started on this Friday afternoon. Tournament headlines. Ben told you the SEC has won 6 straight Men's College World Series, and they have 7 regional hosts. How about the teams not here? Jay Johnson's Fighting Tigers, Tim Corbin's squad, and Dallas Baptist not in. UCLA wire to wire, at least to this point. #1 in the country off an Omaha trip last year. And as always, we got talented Major League Baseball draft prospects littering this field, starting with Rock Chalowski and Von Lackey.
Yeah, I tell you what, you talk about Georgia Tech and Von Lackey and company, man. Big time offense. Of course, how impressive has UCLA been on? I think they're the only team in D1 baseball not to lose a series all year long. That is some consistent baseball.
51-6 for the Bruins. Here in Chapel Hill, this is the 3 seed East Carolina, the 2 seed Tennessee. And this is Davin Whitaker against Evan Blanco after Whitaker made that nice running catch in the last half inning. He redshirted as a freshman. Last year he struggled offensively in about 50 at-bats. This year he's had a total breakout. Cliff Godwin told us a self-made dude. Strokes one high into the blue sky and left at Blaine Brown with the shades on for the first out. A reset on how it all works for you. We start with these 16 regionals, double elimination format. From there you get 16 winners. They go to best of 3 supers next weekend, and then from there your supers winners are the 8 teams that make up the College World Series field. So one away for Colby Wallace, junior third baseman in the 5 spot. Two-way guy who is a stud defensively. He's driven in 46 this year, and Cliff Godwin said to us, can you believe it's only on 1 home run?
Say 1 home run, but 46 RBIs. That's getting it done with runners in scoring position.
Wallace has made more contact this year. He has really cut down on the swing and miss from last season. And if East Carolina gets base runners aboard, they can do some things offensively. That's another reason why Evan Blanco was a good fit to get this start for Josh Elander.
Yeah, ECU doesn't steal a ton of bases, right? I mean, 42 stolen bases, that's not a ton. But what they will do, they'll hit and run. They'll sacrifice bunts. They will find ways to move runners because power game is not a big part of their game. 56 home runs ECU comes in with, but they have a way of beating you. It's a high batting average, 297 for the season.
Tennessee rolling with the vet in Blanco.
Yeah, you look at Blanco, you think of consistency. 11 of his 15 starts this year, 3 earned runs or less. That is outstanding.
2-2 gets Chase with the changeup and a strikeout. The first one for Evan Blanco, who's retired all 5.
Yeah, and that changeup has got a big time swing and miss from Blanco. I mean, his changeup has swung and missed 48% of the time. If you look at the average D1 changeup, it's swung and missed about 33% of the time to kind of give you an idea. And again, he makes it good because of the fastball command and being able to shove the fastball inside. The speed bats up to get to his best pitch, which is that changeup.
Throughout his career, from Virginia to Rocky Top, he's generated a ton of chase and, like you said, ton of swing and miss on it throughout. Just misses with the fastball down to start out. To the sophomore DH in the 6th spot, Michael Kalinic. This guy's got a lot of pop. He is second on the team in average exit velocity. You see in the opportunities that he's had, not necessarily an everyday guy, but he's been productive for Cliff Godwin and company. Cliff Godwin was telling us Kalinic is actually tremendous off the bench. That to the point where he's joked with Kalinic, hey, maybe I just won't write your name fully into the lineup and we'll just envision that you're coming off the bench.
Try to give you an opener role, then we'll get you in as the follower.
How about the job Cliff Godwin has done? And again, he told us he's as proud of this team as any he's had in his dozen seasons in Greenville. Dotted fastball, and it's 2-2 from Blanco.
Well, Cliff Godwin, I mean, 11 full seasons, 10 NCAA appearances. That's strong. That's getting it done. And you talk about some talent. They get some talent in the ECU.
2-2 is outside, a full count on Kalinic. Yeah, 8 straight. One of just 7 teams in the country that have been to 8 straight regionals. You also have North Carolina among those 7 teams who have done it, 8 straight. 3-2 pitch. Sawed-off foul. There's been adversity these last couple of seasons for Cliff Godwin's group. Injuries have plagued this team the last couple of years. Cliff Godwin thought last year was as bad as it could get injury-wise, and he told us this year's been even worse.
But you know what he's done through it all? We got to visit with him yesterday. Never made an excuse one time. Never once said, oh, woe is me. He said, hey, it's kind of next man mentality. He's like, hey, we hate to lose those guys. That's 2 weekend starters and our closer we lost this year. But yet you look at what they did overall, man. They still pitch good. I mean, it was the #1 pitching staff in the American Athletic Conference. They did a really nice job. And still, with all the injuries, they have an above-average pitching staff.
Up the ladder from Blanco on the 8th pitch to put away Michael Kalinic. Couple Ks in the inning. And Evan Blanco 6 up, 6 down.
Yeah, Evan Blanco reaches back for a little extra right here. How about a 4-seamer up and in? The balls are off the field and looking for the first run of the game.
.38 wins for Tennessee. We told you 15-15 in the SEC. A couple games in Hoover at the SEC tournament. And amazingly, 5 straight 100 home run seasons. Only team to ever do that in the history of the Southeastern Conference.
Amazing. And we talked about their start in SEC play, man. They only won 1 of their first 4 conference weekends, but then turned it up. Won 4 of their final 6. And that's when that offense started to come.
Different pieces emerged in the lineup, like this guy Trent Grinlinger, who skies one to left. Davin Whitaker's over toward the line, and Grinlinger just got under it. 1 away. Very talented freshman from Huntington Beach, California, was on the SEC all-freshman team. So combined 10 up, 10 down out of the gates.
Pitcher's sharp so far.
Veteran left-handers getting the ball.
And they're kind of pitching similar, getting ahead with their fastball, but then using their changeups to get the hitters off the barrel just a little bit.
This is Levi Clark, whose season might best embody his teams and his offenses. Levi Clark struggled mightily out of the gates. Really turned things around. There's real juice in the bat. A guy who had a very good freshman season. Tennessee was counting on him for a ton here as a sophomore. And he's had a great finish. Ryan Towers with his customary pre-pitch move on the mound. Clark pops one up into right. Jack Herring. And 4 fly ball outs so far for Towers. Hey, NCAA regional coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. You can go to ncaa.com, which is your home for all 90 NCAA championships. Well, Ryan Towers, as advertised too, He's got 2 outs here, and a nice cheer from Vol Nation for this guy, Rhys Chapman, making his return from a facial fracture. C-flap on. It's the right side of the face for Rhys Chapman, who last Monday at the SEC tournament in Hoover during practice took a line drive off the face. It broke what is called the zygomatic arch in his face, kind of like the cheekbone.
Yeah.
And he's back. Bounces into the shift at Braden Boris, and the inning is over. 7-pitch inning again for Ryan Towers. We're scoreless through 2. "36 NCAA regional appearances for East Carolina. That's the most ever of any program that has not yet been to Omaha and the Men's College World Series. A 36th here for this group that has endured so much and has been to 7 super regionals, including 3 of the last 6 seasons. And Ben, you saw them a few years ago against Vandy when they were close.
Yeah, they gave Vanderbilt everything they wanted a few years. That's when Vanderbilt had Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter going 1 and 2. You talk about a tough combination to deal with. I think the first game 1-0, the second game 3-1. ECU has been really close over the years, making it to Omaha, but still looking for that first trip.
Knocking on the door. They got 7, 8, and 9 here in the third against Evan Blanco, starting with the sophomore first baseman Austin Irby. He had an outstanding freshman season last year with an OPS near 950. Popped a dozen home runs, drove in 50 as a freshman. Not the same productivity this year. But Cliff Godwin said to us yesterday they've liked some of the swings here recently from him. Irby got hot last year in the conference tournament down the stretch. On the ground, a shift beater left side from Irby, and the game's first base runner is Austin Irby with a backside single.
Well, that's ECU offense right there. That's what they love to do too. They're going to kind of hit it where it's pitched, Mikey. Ball working away from the outside part of the plate. Didn't try to pull it, just let the hands go first. The barrel finds it. He finds the hole where nobody is. Pretty much straight away shortstop position, and a good start for ECU here in the top of the third.
And that's exactly what Cliff Godwin said to us yesterday about Irby. He said when Irby uses the whole field, that's when he's at his best.
Well, I think for both of these offenses, it's going to have to be a thought about right center field and left center field, because both of these pitchers are going to pitch backwards a little bit, meaning they're going to throw that changeup and that all-speed stuff in fastball counts a little bit. If you get out in front and start hunting fastballs against either one of these guys, they're going to make you look bad with the all-speed stuff. So the offensive approach should be, hey, let's think about staying gap to gap. If I get a little bit late on the fastball, it's okay. It goes the other way.
And you said the Pirates will manufacture 2, like they're trying to do with Walker Barron, the catcher in the 8th spot, but it's 2-0 from Blanco. Barron, a glove first second-year starter behind the plate. He's made some strides though this year offensively. Didn't square, and it's 3-0 from Blanco. Marin pulls back and takes a strike on 3-0. This one in the air, center field, Jay Abernathy for the first out. Boy, that is huge from Evan Blanco. Leadoff man on, your 3-0 on the 8-hitter.
And all the way back he comes too with some quality pitches to collect the first out.
That's what Josh Elander said to us. He said Evan Blanco is like 30 years old. He said he's a pro, mixing and matching. And why they give him the ball today.
72nd appearance of his career, the 42nd start of Evan Blanco's career.
He's got one away and faces the 9-man shortstop Nick Parham from Asheville, North Carolina. This season's the most Parham's played in his career. Guy who had the internal brace as a position player at elbow surgery last summer and has won the shortstop job for the Pirates. 2 strikes on him. Has really grinded through injuries and earned his chance in this East Carolina program. On the ground towards short, past Manny Marin in the left. Austin Irby slams on the brakes around second. And there's 2 on for ECU.
Well, I love ECU's approach right now. Using the backside of the field. And that's kind of what they do the best. 0-2 count, you got to shorten up a little bit. Just try to put a ball in play. He gets a slider that's elevated just enough. Because Parham just kind of barrels it right past the shortstop. Marin at first and second now with 1 out.
Boy, tough play for Manny Marin going to his right, but he didn't miss that by much. Came off the bat at a tick under 100 miles an hour from Parham. And now back to the top for Grady Lenahan. Swings through the changeup. You see Grady Lenahan's wearing the full shield on the helmet. He had surgery in late April to repair his broken nose from when he got hit in the face. Two changeups to start from Blanco, second time through.
And I mean, perfectly placed too by Blanco around the outside part of the plate. Little circle change, loves to turn it over, kind of run it down and away from the right-handed hitters.
And now Cliff Godwin will take an offensive timeout here and chat with Lenahan.
Lenahan's been a good hitter, runners in scoring position in these big moments. Hit .328.
They have just gushed about this freshman all season. We welcome those of you watching on Squeeze Play. This game's been great so far. 2 veteran lefties who came out locked in. But East Carolina's got 2 aboard here, top of the 3rd. Ben McDonald, Mike Monaco with you. Evan Blanco's 0-2. There's another changeup away to Grady Lenahan.
He certainly slowed that bat down enough, Mikey. I mean, maybe the elevated fastball, because again, that's where Blanco's fastball is going to play the best. Upper quadrant of the strike zone. So I don't know if I'd throw a strike, but maybe he gets one just above the top of the zone. He could get that swing and a miss he's looking for.
Just what you were thinking, and he really does have the good heater today with what Josh Elander says is takeoff at the top of the zone.
Yeah, he's had that good ride, good carry through the zone. And when you slow the bat down 3 different times, a lot of times you can sneak the heater right by on the inside part of the plate where he tried.
2 on, 1 out. Blanco's 2-2. Lenahan rolls it at Manny Marin. He's up with it. Blake Grimmer's turn in time for 2. Marin atones, and it's 6-4-3 to get Tennessee off the field.
Well done right there. Roll it, boys. That's what I like to say. And boy, you create a ground ball with first and second. That's what you're looking for. And I tell you what, Marin over to Grimmer and Clark on the back end. Well done by the Vols. They are off the field, and we are scoreless.
country this year. We told you about UCLA. Georgia Tech has a historically good offense that is the best in the country. And Georgia, regular season and SEC tournament champions.
Strong. Talk about Georgia, man. Good gosh. They can blow it out of the ballpark, too. Very offensive.
And you got this North Carolina team, the #5 national seed, doing it again under Scott Forbes. Just incredible. Well, East Carolina was the first team to threaten so far, but Evan Blanco gets a well-timed double play ball to this guy, Manny Marin, who leads off for the Vols with 7, 8, and 9. Marin, a draft-eligible sophomore who has supplied some power this year. 9 home runs compared to just 3 home runs last year for the native of Hialeah, Florida. He was travel ball teammates with Miami's superstar third baseman Daniel Cuvée. Ryan Towers 1-1. Pitching inside with that heater.
Both our pitchers doing exactly that. Shoving those heaters inside, speeding bats up to get to the off-speed stuff.
Towers 1-2. In the air, falling fast toward right center, and Jack Herring runs it down for the first out. Well, Ryan Towers is a cool story. Started his career with 2 years at Loyola Marymount. Freshman year, he had shoulder surgery, and the doctor told him he's only done like 7 of that type of shoulder surgeries before. And Ryan Towers was told, I don't think you'll ever throw a baseball again.
Right.
But he comes back from that. And then last year endures the internal brace, that modified Tommy John. And all of a sudden, he's the Friday starter for East Carolina in the NCAA tournament.
And he's gotten better, and that's typically what happens after Tommy John surgery. Sometimes the first few innings, it takes a little while to get the velo back, to get the feel back, to get your stuff back. But the more you pitch, typically, the more you start to feel like yourself. When you talk about Towers, I mean, coming out of high school, man, Henderson, Nevada is his hometown. But coming out of high school, he was the 4th rated left-handed pitcher out of the state of Nevada his senior year. So came in with a lot of hype.
His 0-2 to Blaine Brown is fouled away. He's got this nice pre-pitch routine that Ryan Towers does every time, too. I guess his teammates have jokingly called it the triple threat out there on the mound. He just kind of started it and has stuck with it.
I guess that's his way of his rhythm, getting in rhythm.
Now, you can play some basketball. You're well aware of the
Long time ago, Mikey. The feet used to move okay a long time ago.
And we are in basketball country here on Tobacco Road.
Yes, we are.
The 1-2. Brown looks at strike 3 called. And the first K for Ryan Towers, who's gone 8 up, 8 down.
Slow the bat down, couple breaking balls, couple changeup, then takes that 4-seamer, just rips it right to the inner third of the plate for Ryan Towers. His first strikeout, and it is looking of the day. We call Towers a huge strikeout guy. He came in 53 in the third, 42 strikeouts, but he can certainly rack up a few of them.
And now he faces the 9-man Jay Abernathy.
Well, he is filling up the strike zone as Towers, though.
Abernathy, the speedy center fielder out of Georgia. Real good defender, and he can really run if he gets aboard. Entered last year on Rocky Top as a freshman that had huge expectations.
Yeah, this Tennessee offense, not a huge stolen base team, only 39 of them on the year. You mentioned about Abernathy. When he gets on, he starts the wheels in motion for Tennessee.
Ryan Towers 2-1. He's down 3-1 on Abernathy, so kind of similar. Both these pitchers out of the gates. Chat with Josh Elander coming up at the start of the next half inning. Full count on Jay Abernathy. Boy, how about Ryan Towers given the big stage in this regional opener? The redshirt junior has been through a lot in his college career. It's 3-2. Abernathy pops it foul. There's a time this year where Ryan Towers faced 5 batters, gave up 5 hits. Towers has joked after the fact it was a yes hitter. But boy, he's gotten a lot better as this year's gone along. The Vets 3-2. Strike 3 called. Towers dots and struts and wants to hear it from Pirate Nation in Chapel Hill. 9 up, 9 down for Ryan Towers. You're watching the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Back in Chapel Hill, Josh Elander kind enough to join us now. And Josh, we were just saying both these pitchers kind of similar, veteran lefties. What have you seen from both of them so far?
Both just competing at a high level right now, throwing fastballs at the top, and their guys doing a good job of spreading the plate a little bit east and west and throwing some left-on-left changeups. But it'll be a minute for it looks like these guys need to settle in a bit on the offensive side.
Josh, under Tony Vitello for a lot of years, man, y'all had a ton of success and still moving in that direction. Well, what is it like for you the first year of being the head man in Tennessee?
It's been crazy. It's been crazy. I think when the year's over with, we'll be able to sit back and reflect on some things, but grateful to still be wearing this uniform and excited for the competition with this crew today.
Grateful for you doing this. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck.
Yeah, 8 years on staff, of course. Tony Vitello's entire tenure. Guy from Round Rock, Texas, played at TCU. And drafted by the Braves in the 6th round. So we said the offense has got to settle in a little bit, with Blanco and Towers looking sharp.
Well, both pitchers been on their games, man. They're doing a great job moving the ball in and out, up and down, and changing speeds.
And a change up to start gets Jack Herring in the 2 spot to pop out to short at Manny Marin.
It is a recipe for success, man. When you can do that, when you can change speeds, and a lot of strike ones by both of our pitchers. So they're putting hitters on the defense right away. Everybody looks at pitching as defense. I look at it as offense. I look at it as putting a hitter on the defense right away by throwing strike 1. And the numbers bear it out, man. When you throw strike 1 and you get yourself in plus counts as a pitcher, it becomes a lot easier to get hitters out.
Braden Burris takes a breaking ball for a land strike as he squared on the first pitch. And both these guys coming out attacking and setting the tone. Burris grounded to short his first time to cap a 1-2-3 top of the first for Evan Blanco. Roller left side past the dive of Henry Ford. Braden Burris is on with a 1-out single for East Carolina, who has 3 hits now the last 2 innings.
Boy, Braden Burris stayed on that changeup just enough where he had some barrel left. Still got out in front of it, but that's okay. Watch him wait, go down and just kind of stick his nose on a changeup, working down and away from him, and a bullet right by Henry Ford over at third base.
Boy, Burris can do that. He is so good bat to ball, and the guy rarely swings and misses. He's on in front of Davin Whitaker. Tried to lay off and did not go around on appeal to third. As Whitaker bats in the cleanup spot for the 2nd time after he flew to left back in the 2nd. Davin Whitaker went out, played summer ball, and had a great summer. Guy who Cliff Godwin says is about all the right things. He's got some juice in the bat too. And this fine catch earlier in this game at the bottom of the 1st against Garrett Wright.
Yeah, going hard toward that left center field gap and right up against the wall, just kind of reels it in. Both these teams can play a little defense now.
Thought Wright might have got it off the bat. 105. Good swing and miss offering from Blanco, and it's 1-2. Mentioned the evolution for Davin Whitaker. But just didn't have the consistency last year, Cliff Godwin was saying to us. And he's built on it this year.
Sometimes it just takes some reps, man. Just get in that box enough, whether it's summer ball, whether it's collegiate ball, the more reps you get, the more pitches you see, the better understanding you have of how hitters want to attack you, what your strengths, what your weaknesses are.
Just off the edge at 92.
One of the best fastballs of the day by Blanco so far, velocity-wise.
Blanco pitched on short rest in Hoover at the SEC tournament. Tegan Coons has had some extra rest. Coons will get an extra day with Blanco starting here in the first game. 2-2. Whitaker lays off.
Two really good takes by Whitaker there. Yeah, Blanco only threw 57 pitches his last time out. He went 3 innings, gave up 5 runs, struck out 3 and walked 1. That was Tennessee's second game there in Hoover.
Well, you mentioned the takes from Whitaker. It's part of the identity of this East Carolina offense. They strike out the least of the teams in the American, and then they swing and miss second least. I mean, they don't chase a lot, and they do a good job being disciplined and battling. 3-2 count out and missed as Blanco puts away Whitaker for out number 2 in the 4th.
And because of Blanco and the way his fastball plays from an analytical world, you're going to see a lot of swings just like that. Even though it's not high velocity, he'll show you a 92 every now and then, but it's going to be right around 90, 91. But it's got that carry through the zone, so you'll see a lot of swings just underneath the baseball like you just saw. Third strikeout of the day for Blanco.
Yeah, there was a time for Evan Blanco at Virginia where the recipe was work his fastball down in the zone, and he's had a lot of success with that. But boy, seeing the way that it can really play up here today.
Yeah.
2 out for Colby Wallace, who squares and takes ball 1.
Those high spin rate fastballs can play both at the top of the zone and be really good, and it can play at the bottom of the zone because hitters think it's going to drop below the bottom of the zone. It just kind of holds its plane. But he likes to pitch up, and the reason why he likes to pitch up is because the breaking ball behind it, it sets up the breaking ball and the changeup behind it as well. That word we hear tunneling so much in today's world about pitching, you know, to be able to tunnel the ball out of the same arm slot, out of the same hand position, and have it obviously do 2 different things or 3 different things that it goes towards on the plate.
2-0 to Wallace. Grabs the outside part of the zone. 2-1 on ECU's 5-hitter.
Garrett Wright might have stole that one. He yanked it back really quick. Cliff Godwin getting his steps in today. He is pacing that third base box.
2-1. Breaking ball miss. And he's got places to be. Coaching him up.
I mean, he is moving.
Making the rounds. Postseason angst. Caked on in Chapel Hill. In the air center field, Jay Abernathy sprints in and runs it down. Inning over. We'll talk to Cliff Godwin. Maybe still prancing around when we come back to Chapel Hill. They
resilient,
would crawl,
just
then
a
they would
resilient
walk,
bunch.
and then they would sprint.
But that's what this journey is, right? It's about going through the tough times and coming out of it better. And that's kind of what ECU, they've overcome a ton this year, like a lot of teams have to make it to the NCAA tournament.
It's all to injuries out for the year. Garrett right in the air to center. Grady Lenahan for the first down for Ryan Towers.
There's not many programs out there that can lose your number 2 weekend rotation guy, your number 3, and your closer, and yet still find a way to get to the NCAA tournament. Normally when that happens, your season's pretty much over.
Excellent job done by this coaching staff to find a way to make it all work. Pitching coach Austin Knight. Here's Blake Grimmer. First pitch swinging. Grimmer launches to right. Herring's back at the wall, and it is gone. Blake Grimmer launches, and Tennessee strikes first.
Well, what a move to the ball that was by Grimmer. I don't even know if that was a strike, Mikey. Kind of up and in on a heater. He guessed fastball, and boy, he got it, and certainly didn't miss it. Ball's 112th home run of the year, and they strike first in game 1 of the Chapel Hill Regional.
108 off the bat.
Watch this move. A little bit of a miss spot right there, because you can see the catcher, Barron. He's set up on the outside part of the plate. This ball is kind of up and in, and a beautiful move by Blake Grimmer. Hands got in tight to the body, the barrel to the ball.
Little dribbler here off the end of the bat will roll foul from Henry Ford. And you said it, not even a strike. That's inside off the plate, and Grimmer does such a good job controlling the barrel.
And the only way you can do that with that ball in that position is you're going up there looking for a first pitch heater, and boy, he got one.
So the Vols on the board first with their first hit, first base runner after 10 straight retired out of the gates from Ryan Towers. And now Henry Ford, stud third baseman, Virginia transfer, grounded to short his first time. Big curveball that we haven't seen a lot of so far from Towers. Ford super productive in 2 seasons with Virginia. Of course, a Charlottesville native. 2-1 the count on Henry Ford. Ford in his career, 47 home runs, and OPS near 1,000. Freshman All-American 2 years ago. Last year, second team All-ACC. And this year, ultra productive again in the SEC.
Boy, careful here.
3-1. Ford got a 3-1 changeup, and he was thinking big things.
Yeah, I mean, you get to count in your favor. You think fastball's coming. But a really good changeup by Towers, just kind of down and away to climb right back in the count. And that's how Towers is going to pitch. A lot like Blanco. They will pitch backwards.
And then no chase up the ladder, so Ford's aboard. And second time through, some more comfortable looking ABs from Tennessee.
And that's what you hope you see from both of these offenses, right? You go through the lineup for the first time, kind of see what the pitcher's got, how he's attacking you, and then start to make some adjustments the second time through.
Well, brings up a real talented freshman in Trent Grindlinger. We'll get a mound visit here before Grindlinger bats from East Carolina pitching coach Austin Knight. 5th year on the job, 7th year in total on staff. Out to chat with Ryan Towers, the battery, and the whole infield. Hey, the Women's College World Series rolls on tonight on ESPN and the app with a couple of elimination games starting at 7 Eastern with Texas and Mississippi State, and then UCLA against Arkansas. Shout out to the Vols with a win against Texas yesterday. Defending national champions take an opening L in OKC. All right, 38 pitches deep for Towers, second time through the order. And the first blemishes on his afternoon. Faces Grindlinger. Josh Elander said this, everything just seems slow for Trent Grindlinger, who really first burst onto the scene right around the start of April when Stone Lawless had that facial fracture at Vandy. And Grindlinger delivered.
And that's a big compliment to say that about a freshman, that the game is slow. Because typically it's not till your sophomore or maybe your junior year the game begins to slow down a little bit.
Josh Elander said there's not many freshmen batting cleanup. Certainly not in the SEC. Grindlinger sprays one down the line and right. Herring's over, and it lands just foul. Big spot in this game for Ryan Towers. Second time through the Tennessee lineup after the Grimmer home run, trying to stabilize here.
Well, you mentioned the curveball. We haven't seen many of the curveballs yet. I mean, typically he throws his curveball, does Towers, about 14% of the time, but maybe he kind of saved that pitch for the second time or third time. Ideally for a pitcher, man, if you can get through the first time through lineup just kind of showing fastball, changeup like he did, and maybe you save something for the second and the third time, something different. Now you get yourself in a bind, you got to empty the tank, or whatever it takes to get out of an inning. But Towers has been pretty much cruising before the fourth inning here.
Foul by Grindlinger. Now, one of the keys for Ryan Towers this year, too, coming back from that elbow surgery, was holding his velocity deeper into outings. He's really done that in a way he wasn't earlier in the season.
Just the build-up, right? I mean, when you take a full year off, man, like he did last year, didn't play at all last year, did Towers. Maybe pitch one pitch, and so it takes a little time sometimes to kind of build and ramp back up again.
Yeah, that heater right there at 89 from Towers.
And he can give you some length. You look at some of his outings this year, he struck out 10, only walked 1 in 7 innings, 105 pitches. That was against Memphis back on May 1st.
And again, he's been such an important anchor because of the injuries we talked about on this East Carolina staff. Towers against Grindlinger here in the fourth. Seventh pitch. Great stop back there by Walker Barron, darting to his left.
That's a big time pickup right there. Want your catchers to be athletic, be able to move. Sometimes when they get on one knee, man, it kind of slows the movement down, but watch him just work to his left. The one knee stuff is great. I think it does steal a few pitches from time to time, but I also think it makes it a little bit tougher to move laterally for catchers to be able to block balls. It's a debate we always have about catchers.
Grindlinger squares one up into left field. A two-strike single scorched at 113 miles an hour off the bat, and there's 2 on for Tennessee.
Boy, that one was touched too. Looked like that little slider or cutter, whatever you want to call it, just kind of hung up in the upper part of the zone. There's a good look at it. It actually worked right back into the barrel of Grindlinger.
That's exactly what Josh Elander said to us yesterday. You look up, and there's 113s and 114s from Trent Grindlinger in terms of exit velo. And now Levi Clark pops one up in foul ground toward the ECU dugout. And on top of it,
looks like to me that Tennessee offense making some adjustments. They kind of sitting back a little bit, thinking about using the backside of the field because they've been getting so many changeups by Towers.
Clark flew to right his first time against Towers, approaching 50 pitches with an offense, to your point, settling in against them. One and one from Towers to Clark.
Well, Towers has been really good in these moments too. You talk about runners in scoring position for him. I mean, opponents hit 224 off of him overall. That's a really good number, but it goes down to 171 when runners get in scoring position. So he's able to typically elevate his game in the red zone type offense moments.
1-2. Well, Joseph Webb, a guy who can throw multiple games in a weekend, has had a really good second half of this season. He's starting to loosen for East Carolina. One-two to Clark. Chopper to third. Wallace to the bag. Strong arm to throw. The tag. Got him for 2. Enormous for Ryan Towers to get the 5-3 twin killing.
Got exactly what he wanted. Hunting the ground ball, and boy, it worked out perfectly. Over to Colby Wallace at third base. He simply just collects the ball, steps on third base, and across the diamond he's going to go. And Irby, a really nice finish on the back end, up the ladder and makes the tag, but the ball strike first.
The most competitive regional in the country, and a good one to start. Evan Bronco locked in for Tennessee, getting the nod over Tegan Coons. Got a huge double play ball to end the third. And then on the flip side, Ryan Towers has acquitted himself very nicely too. Through 4 innings, and Big Ben, he just got a huge double play after the Blake Grimmer home run.
Yeah, I mean, both these guys are pitching and pitching well. This is the time of year that typically ERAs continue to go up. Offense is big this time of the year, but both these guys have been kind of on their game.
We go to the 5th, and Michael Kalinich, guys, the first one he sees in the left center field. Blaine Brown's there for out number 1. Gorgeous day. Just past an hour into this one. Winner moves on and gets the winner of tonight's second game. Top seed North Carolina, 4 seed VCU.
Doesn't get any better than this weather-wise for this time of the year. Hardly any humidity at all. Get on the mound today, you feel like you can go for a while.
Good little morning stroll or morning run weather too. You've been known to get out there and pound the pavement.
Yeah. I wasn't pounding, just kind of walking this morning though.
Nothing wrong with that.
The knees don't quite feel like they used to feel, Mikey, but they're still moving.
Austin Irby bats with 1 out and the base is empty. He was East Carolina's first base runner in the 3rd. With the backside left on left single. And Irby pulls this one on a line to right. Chapman goes back. Can't make the catch. Irby motors to second off the carom. And we'll stop there with a 1-out double.
But how about a 2-for-2 day for Irby? And I thought right there that he might have been able to get to third base. Kind of checked it up there at second base. Reese Chapman out right field doing all he can do. This ball came off the bat. Looked like just a hanging breaking ball, kind of sitting right up about chest high for Irby. And watch the right fielder Chapman going back, and he goes up to try to catch it. Looked like the ball just tips off his glove, but when it did, it kicked a long way away. And I thought for a second Irby was going to try to stretch it to 3, but pulls up at second. So a 1-out double for ECU.
So man in scoring position for Walker. Barron takes a big cut on the breaking ball, and I was with you. I thought Irby might have had a chance to go to third there. So Barron bats. He flew to center. Well struck his first time. Back in the third inning. Good answer from Blanco to pound ahead 0-2.
Heater in, and if he stays what he's normally been doing, Blanco, he likes that changeup kind of down and away.
His 0-2. Instead of fastball up. Now, what do you think sets up off of it?
I still think his changeup has been his best pitch.
Yeah.
But like Tennessee, ECU's trying to make some adjustments too. Their second time through the lineup.
Blanco's 1-2. Barron pokes one in the air to right. It sends Chapman back to make the catch for the second out. Irby tags and moves up 90 and is at third, but 2 away for the 9-man Nick Parham.
But I tell you what, if Irby could have got and made a triple out of that on that base hit, that would have been obviously the tying run on that sacrifice fly. But instead, he moves to third base with 2 out.
Yeah, that looms large for Austin Irby. So now Blanco can go out of the windup against Nick Parham, who had a well-struck backside single his first time back in the third. Fastball dotted to start from Blanco.
Well, he is just getting ahead with that fastball and starting to expand the zone. Now, Blanco came in 232 opponent's batting average, which is outstanding, but his numbers go up in these situations.
On the ground, center field, base hit, Parham. Irby scores, and we're tied in the 5th inning.
Well, that's how you do it right there. And I mean, right back from whence it came, too, by Parham. Just talking about Blanco. Runners in score position, the numbers go up to 316 opponent's batting average. And I love, love, love where Parham hits this ball, too. I mean, not trying to do too much, just trying to get something he can handle and put bat on ball. And he sends it right back toward Blanco, an RBI single, and we are all new again.
A guy who has worked his tail off in 3 years at East Carolina, beloved by his teammates, known for his glove, and Nick Parham comes through with his bat.
Well, the bottom 3 in his lineup getting it done for ECU. Irby in the 7 hole, he's 2 for 2. Parham in the 9 hole, he is 2 for 2 as well with an RBI.
He got 4 of the 5 hits for East Carolina. And now Grady Lenahan back at the top. Lenahan so far a line out to left, and then the 6-4-3 double play ball to end the third. So the double triple conversation doesn't end up mattering for East Carolina thanks to Parham. 2-0. Lenahan, a big time talent. D1 Baseball pegged him as the preseason freshman of the year in the American coming into this season, until they ended up on the all-freshman team in the conference at OPS near 950. Cliff Godwin said to us yesterday, 5-tool player and a freshman who's as intentional as any freshman that has set foot at East Carolina with how he goes about his work. Hot shot on a hop at second. Blake Grimmer to the bag, and the inning is over. But a great answer from East Carolina. Austin Irby and Nick Parham in the bottom third of the order. real fun just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on.
We get started 2 weeks from today at the Men's College World Series, where 8 teams will try to lift the trophy. How about the SEC success? You look at the last 10 College World Series, Ben, compared to the rest of the field.
Tell you what, the SEC has dominated, man. We talked about it 6 in a row, 7 of 8, 11 out of 16 national titles won by the SEC.
I think of non-SEC teams, UCLA, Georgia Tech with a great chance. Georgia Tech has already hit 3 home runs at last check.
That offense is for real. Of course, we've been knowing that for a while.
They're up 8-2 on UIC, Illinois, Chicago, in a game that's going on right now over on ACC Network.
You said we got an upset alert going on as well, huh?
4-seed Milwaukee has put up 4 runs in the first inning on Auburn. This is pulled fair down the line by Reese Chapman into the right field corner. He's on his way to second. Jack Herring's throw is not in time and offline. And Chapman's got a leadoff double to start the bottom of the 5th.
Well, if you're Tennessee, that's just how you want to answer back. You got a run in the bottom of the 4th inning. ECU tied it in the top of the 5th inning. Reese Chapman comes to the plate. Boy, he gets an off-speed pitch. Trying to get it to the outside part of the plate was Towers, but it's left a little bit inside. And right into the barrel it goes of Chapman. He just laces it down the right field line. A good start for Tennessee. Leadoff double here in the bottom of the 5th.
That's good to see from Chapman, who Josh Elander had told us was scorching hot when he took that line drive off the face at the SEC tournament last week in Hoover. And Chapman's not batting with the mask on. We wondered if we would see the Batman mask. Josh Elander said probably in the field, but not when hitting, because it's too distracting, as you would imagine, for Chapman. Guy who's had a big-time senior season.
Hey, go to work, Dad. Let's go, baby.
So 1-1 game, bottom of the 5th. Now to the 7 spot. And Manny Marin. Second time through for Towers, and Tennessee has settled in offensively.
Yeah, we talked about making some adjustments. Tennessee starting to make some adjustments. Only 30 pitches the first 3 innings for Towers. But you see it took him 20 to get through the 4th.
Corners in, Marin doesn't square. He takes up ball 1. Marin's a guy who will really chase. He's got the highest chase rate in the SEC. And now at 1-0, Cliff Godwin will come out. 54 pitches, and it's Cliff Godwin who's going to make a move. Well, Towers gets him into the 5th inning, and Cliff Godwin probably seeing what you've been seeing, Ben. Tennessee looks more comfortable. So to the bullpen for Joseph Webb next. 2+ innings for Ryan Towers and an awesome ovation from the Pirates fans who have made the short drive here to Chapel Hill.
Yeah, he was really good. I mean, he retired the first 10 batters he saw, then a solo home run by Grimmer, then a walk and a single. He got out of the inning, which was the 4th inning, with a double play, but a leadoff double by Reese Chapman to start the 5th here has pushed him out of the ball game. He'll give way to the right-hander, Joseph Webb, the senior. Out of right here in North Carolina, making his 29th appearance of the year. 4 of those appearances have been starts, but 61 to third, man. Opponent's batting average outstanding for him, just 195. And look at the strikeouts, 79 punch-outs and only 61 to third.
Yeah, he's got the best whiff rate in the entire conference. Comes into a 1-ball, no-strike count against Manny Marin, who now squares, bunts it back at Webb, who gets the out. Sacrifice successful as Reese Chapman moves up 90, and there's one away here in the 5th. Hey, ESPN's the home for regional coverage for around-the-clock multi-game coverage. You can scan that QR code bottom left, and ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. So some small ball from Josh Elander, and now to Blaine Brown in the 8th spot.
Yeah, and ECU is going to pull the infield in. They'll try to cut the run off at home plate. So it's up to Joseph Webb here to try to create a ground ball. Anytime your infield comes in, they're telling you one thing: can you create a ground ball? Now you get 2 strikes and all that changes. Then I start thinking about strikeout at that point.
Splitter to start that was pretty gnarly to the Rice transfer, Blaine Brown. You talk about ground balls. Blaine Brown has hit a lot of pull side ground balls this year. It's been his bugaboo. Webb's 0-1. Wow. Look at that splitter again.
That thing is dirty right there. Watch this pitch. Looks just like a fastball, but instead it's all speed, moving a little bit left to right with a lot of downward act to it. Boy, the strikeout would go a long way right here for Joseph Webb.
On the ground to second, Braden Burris back to third to get Chapman.
Wow. Well, contact play over on at third base over there. And contact play means the batter is running on contact. And you're taking a chance right there. And obviously, when you line out like that, you're going to get doubled off. And that's exactly what happened to Tennessee.
Yeah, Burris plucked it on a line.
Yeah, it looked like another splitter. And right to the second baseman, Burris. And he recognized the runner off the bag at third base. Across the diamond he goes, and a double play.
Look at this regional history since we started this format in '99. Regional winners 93% of the time won their first game. So that's why today is so important for these teams as 2 and 3 seeds respectively.
No doubt. Game 1s are so important. And look at even what it does. 82% of our regional winners start off 2-0.
1 1-hour score into the 6th inning, and Jack Herring takes strike 1, and this was huge. Line drive. Braden Burris goes down to get it. You said contact play, and Reese Chapman doubled off.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking a chance offensively, but you see it at the big league level every day. When a runner's at third and 1 out, the batter at third base is moving on contact. And a lot of times if it's a ground ball, because you're moving on contact, even with the infield in, you can score. But that's big time. Look at Cliff Godwin. You don't think he's fired up? That's a big time effort by Joseph Webb right there.
And then Ryan Towers there to greet Webb too, with Webb picking up Towers in the 5th. This one popped up, foul ground by Herring. And what a decision by Cliff Godwin too. I mean, Towers, you said it, 10 straight retired, and then he goes to his first team all-conference reliever for that big spot.
That's a feel for the game and understanding the situation. And Cliff Godwin was kind of reading what Tennessee's offense was doing. They were having a lot better swings the second time through against Ryan Towers. So he went to the bullpen and pushing all the right buttons. Goes and gets his right-handed reliever in Joseph Webb, and it worked out perfect. Anytime you inherit a man on second and nobody out situation, you get out of it, it's a big-time effort.
Jack Herring rolls out at Blake Grimmer for the first down. Well, we were talking with Cliff Godwin yesterday about the 2001 Super Regionals when his East Carolina team faced off against our buddy Chris Burke's Tennessee squad. And Cliff Godwin can tell you just about everything from that series, including himself representing the tying run in Game 2 with the Pirates down by 3 runs. He got a 1-0 changeup. He knew he was going to get cross-counted and get a changeup. And he feels like he just missed the ball that would have been a game-time homer.
And those are the things you never forget. I mean, they just stick with you forever. But you look at Cliff Godwin and where he's been as an assistant coach in his career, under Corbin at Vanderbilt and LSU for a couple of years, under Mike Bianco at Ole Miss for 3 years too. So you talk about the coaches and the head coaches that he's learned under, man. You can't learn under 3 better than that.
And of course his coach, Keith LeClaire, who Cliff was telling us after they lost that Super Regional, they were in the outfield. Keith LeClaire says to his team, hey, if this is the worst thing that happens in your life, you'll have a good life.
That's putting it in perspective right there. Because it's tough, man. I mean, these kids are all, and the coaches are too. I mean, it's a grind beginning in fall ball, the 2-a-days, the weight workouts, and getting up early, man. And when it's finally all over, it's a tough pill to swallow. It really is when it's over. But that's why you leave nothing on the field, man. You go out there and you give everything you've got, and you just kind of let it play out from there. And really, at the end of the day, that's all you can ask. When the dust settles on the season, did you give everything you had as a coach? Did you give everything that you had as a player? And if you can do that, man, you can put your head on the pillow at night.
1-2 on Braden Burris in the 3 spot in the ECU lineup. Pull side single for Burris past third in the 4th. Chops one again, and it eats up Henry Ford on the short hop in the left. Burris is on. 1-out base runner for East Carolina in the 6th.
Yeah, I think if Henry Ford had to do that over again, he would charge this ball. He got kind of caught in between hops. Started to come in, and he kind of puts on the brakes, and the ball actually plays him instead of him playing the ball. When it bounces that high, when you, as an infielder, when you see the ball bounce up above your head, the idea is to come get it. If he comes and gets that ball, he can probably get it on the short hop. Instead, he kind of laid back, and the big top spin pops right over his head.
Should go as an error on Henry Ford, and does. And so a man on for the cleanup hitter, Davin Whitaker. 0 for 2 so far with a fly out to left, and then a strikeout swinging on a fastball from Evan Blanco. This guy top 10 in the American in OPS, on base plus slugging. He buckles there, and it's a ball and a strike from Evan Blanco.
A little front door slider by Blanco.
80+ pitches for Blanco. You knew you were going to need depth out of him today, one way or another, for Tennessee. And on top of that, he's been real sharp. Cut and a miss. On the move, the throw is not in time to get Braden Burris. Manny Marin is insistent that Josh Elander should challenge this, and Josh Elander will. On the throw from Garrett Wright, who's got a real strong arm behind the plate. You get 2 challenges in college baseball.
See, his challenge is safe at second base. The play is under further review.
If you're successful, you keep your challenge. And the call on the field, safe at second from Braden Burris.
Looked like to me Burris got in there. The question is, did he come off the bag here? We're about to find out. So short hop. Yeah, so the oven mitt gets in there to me, but does he stay on the bag is the question.
I think he does. It looked to me like originally he got in there safely, as you said, and then maybe the left hand does come off, but I don't think there's a tag on before the left foot gets back on. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. That's exactly what. So right now, I think the oven mitt is in. Now, does he stay on? The mitt is on. Now he's trying to get the left. Is there a moment, and not from what we're seeing, is there a moment where everything comes off the bag for Burris?
And if it does all come off, is there a tag on at that time?
All right, it's sliding. He's off, but you can't really tell. From what we're seeing, I don't see enough to overturn this. Let's take a look at this one.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't see enough to overturn it from the views that we're getting.
I agree with you. Well, this year we've got eyes on our DV Sport Replay Operations Center in Pittsburgh with 16 regional sites. You can see on the right side of their view, looking at that view of our game and our play here at second.
A lot of TV screens in there.
Yeah. Wear your blue light glasses. Of course, you're always looking for indisputable video evidence. Another look at this view of Burris.
I think what's clear is Burris does get his left hand in there first. Like, I think he is right there before the tag is made. The only question is, does any part of the body come off the bag as the tag is still being applied by Barron, the shortstop?
I don't think we've seen anything conclusive. Left hand is on. Left hand is on. It might come off there.
But see, we just can't see the tag, and you can't see the left foot from that angle.
And again, the longer this goes, the less confident you feel that there is conclusive evidence. So I think at worst, this is going to stand. And a huge spot in this game would put a runner in scoring position with 1 out in a tie game in the 6th inning. Mark Wagers.
After further review, the call of safe at second stands. The runner is safe. Tennessee has 1 left.
As you would expect, based on what we saw.
11th stolen to base for Burris, and that's your go-ahead run now in scoring position.
And so 1 ball and 2 strikes, though, on Davin Whitaker. Cliff Godwin talks it over with him. And a huge moment in this game. Day 1 action on the road to Omaha from Chapel Hill. 1-2. Whitaker pulls it into right field, a base hit. Burris gets to third. Chapman's throw to the plate, on line, the tag. Got him!
Wow. Wow. Boy, Reese Chapman out in right field just absolutely unleashes one towards home plate.
And now East Carolina might want to challenge this, but Evan Blanco loves the hose from his right fielder, Reese Chapman, to cut down Braden Burris.
Well, Chapman out in right field, I mean, the perfect ball for him. He comes and gets it.
The review.
And I'll be honest, this happened so fast, I couldn't tell out or safe at home plate.
Garrett Wright, the catcher, had to play it off the hop from Reese Chapman. It was on line past the cut of Levi Clark. And Batman in right field delivers a huge play to the plate.
What a big two-strike swing, too, right there by Whitaker. Watch this play. Up does Chapman come, and just a perfect one-hopper now. From that angle, I can't tell you anything. Here we go. Let's slow it down a little bit.
Does he get in with the right before the tag? He might have got in there.
He may have got there. Just a beautiful swim move by Burris right there. Just kind of swam to the backside of home plate.
Ooh, so that is close.
Burris wasted no time. He felt like he got his hand. As soon as he got up on his feet, here it is again.
But again, is there anything conclusive?
Boy, look how he pulls the left side away from the tag.
I don't think that angle will be able to tell you conclusively if the tag was on or not. Try this. This might be the best look. Is the tag on him? Because it does look like the hand's on the plate there.
Well, these are the reasons why we've seen two of the closest plays you can see back to back. And that's why the call on the field is always the most important one. Is there enough here to overturn this?
I'm not sure there is. And I don't think you know for sure if the tag's on or off.
And look, if it had been called the other way, we'd be sitting there saying the same thing.
I mean, so too. He might have been safe, but I just don't know if there's going to be enough to overturn that. And he might have been out, and it might have been the right call. Boy, that's a little different now. You see that?
Yeah. It almost looked like there was a little space in there before the right hand of Burris touched home plate.
Boy, I think that's the most compelling look you can have if you're Cliff Godwin or these East Carolina fans here in Chapel Hill. Two massive challenges hang over this game in the 6th inning. Again, you see top left of your screen, call on the field was out at home. Is there enough to overturn?
Cliff Godwin had that windmill going too the whole time. He was going to force Tennessee to be perfect, and they might have been perfect on that play.
Evan Blanco has started to throw to Garrett Wright to stay loose. 2 lengthy reviews. And the decision is in.
After further review, the ruling at home plate stands. The runner is out.
What a play by Reese Chapman, and a bang review. And I think based on the evidence they had in front of them, I think they had to keep that at stands and keep it in out at home.
I agree. Could have gone either way. What a swing, man. 2-strike swing right there and just a bullet out to right field. But give Chapman all the credit in the world, man. Just a perfect throw, how you draw it up, and a really good quick tag by Garrett Wright of Tennessee right there. And look at Blanco. You don't think he's fired up? That is a big-time moment right there. We talked about the improvement year to year for this Tennessee defense, man. Top 5 defense in the entire country. Last year, they were nowhere close to that. They have taken care of the ball a lot better this year than what they did last year.
Boy, 2 ultra close reviews that just weren't conclusive. Now Colby Wallace, and East Carolina fans aren't going to like that. Burris, man, it is close. He makes a great effort to get the oven mitt in, but with the call on the field being out, there wasn't anything conclusive to overturn it.
I agree. I mean, as good a slide as you could have had, man. He just got the left arm and kind of got on his right side to swim it to the backside of the plate. Wallace
squares, pulls back, and the pitch just missed. Boy, and then you think about this Tennessee defense, Ben, to your point. Had a couple plays that haven't been perfect. Maybe Reese Chapman would have liked to make that catch. Real tough play going back earlier, or Henry Ford earlier this inning on the ball that eats him up, but they've had answers defensively.
Yes, they have.
Manny Marin had the ball at short, and then he turned a double play after that in the third inning. This one gets away from Garrett Wright. So a defensive miscue for Tennessee, and Davin Whitaker is in scoring position.
And again, that is big against Blanco, because Blanco's numbers go up with runners in scoring position. Hitting .316 off him, really a ball that probably should have been called. I don't know if Wright got crossed up on that.
Josh Reynolds, the pitching coach, going to come out here. You know, they weren't happy either, I don't think, with the previous pitch. The 0-1 that was a check swing and was called off, in addition to being no swing from Colby Wallace. I think they wanted a strike on that. And then Wright can't haul this one in, and just like that, it's 2-1, and you got a man in scoring position. Well, 86 pitches. So Brandon Arvidsson is up for Tennessee. Figure you're going to see Arvidsson and Cam Appenzeller logging major innings this weekend for Tennessee, beyond the two starters we know of in Blanco and Tegan Kuhns tomorrow.
ECU so far today, 2 for 4 with runners in scoring position. Tennessee 0 for 2 so far today.
Man at second is Davin Whitaker with 2 outs in a tie game in the 6th. The 2-1. Wallace swings through it. How about the trust in that pitch with the changeup from Blanco?
Well, we talked about his changeup. And when he's gotten himself in trouble, that's kind of what he's done. He's gone to that changeup, fading it down and away to the right-handers. The thing is, if you look for the changeup off of Blanco, he can get the heater by you. We've seen that today as well.
2-2. Wallace at short, and Manny Marin to end the inning. East Carolina threatens, but Reese Chapman comes up large, and it's a 1-1 game. How about the defense that has come up large here these last few innings? Bottom of the 4th, Levi Clark rolls into 2 to end the inning, and then Blaine Brown, the next inning, lines into a double play at Braden Burris, and then Reese Chapman, Ben, comes up enormous for the Vols.
Yeah, Reese Chapman, this is as good a throw as you'll see right here. Charges it, does exactly what he do, and I mean a perfect throw home to Garrett Wright to collect the out. That's big time. And both teams have been on point defensively for the most part. When you get to the postseason, that's what you got to have. You got to be clean on defense, because these offenses that make it to the field at 64, normally they're very good. You give them extra opportunities, and I tell you what, they'll make you pay for them.
So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Josh Elander's 9-1 and 2 hitters come up against first-team all-conference reliever Joe Webb. With Ben McDonald and our entire crew behind the scenes, Mike Monaco with you from Boshamer Stadium in Chapel Hill. Abernathy rolls it at Austin Irby, and there is one away. Hey, ESPN's the home of MLB.tv. You can stream every out-of-market game live or on demand using the ESPN app. Blackout and other restrictions apply. For more info, you can go to ESPN.com/MLB.tv. So 1 away, and the lineup turns over for Tennessee. Back to the top for Garrett Wright. 2 flyouts, 1 to left, 1 to center, but they've come off his bat at 105 and 106. Bowling Green transfer, had 2 outstanding seasons at Bowling Green and has done it again this year. High expectations coming in. Right, the team leader in OPS for the Vols. 0-2 from Joseph Webb. Right, the rare guy who can catch and play center in the same weekend.
Talk about a rare combination. You don't see many guys go from catcher to center field. You hear about catcher and maybe first base, catcher DH, maybe catcher third base, but catcher into a premium position of center field.
Webb throws him the splitter to get a strikeout, and there's 2 away for Joseph Webb with that gnarly split.
That's his pitch, man. And look, he'll throw it in just about any count, too. It almost feels like just watching him and what they told me about him is like he's got one that he can kind of land for a strike, and he's got another one when he gets ahead with 2 strikes to finish it with.
So it's the best whiff rate in the American for a guy who, as Cliff Godwin said to us yesterday, was not even remotely close to good to start this season. There's the one he lands.
Yeah, that's the one what I call just kind of get me over pitch. It's more of just a straight change when guys are looking for fastball, and then he'll just kind of amp it up with 2 strikes to get the swing and miss that you're talking about.
Blake Rimmer popped the home run pull side his last time in the 4th. And so Webb, who got off to a real shaky start to the season, Cliff Godwin said to us, got in the zone more. It was more strikes, and then the splitter played a big part of it. And then fastball command working in or out. Cut and a miss. Man, how about the depth on that?
He's got it dancing right now.
Guy who dreamt of pitching for East Carolina. His 1-2. Rimmer gets a piece of it. I mean, as you would say, spin him if you got him.
Spin him if you got him.
Split him if you got him.
Wind starting to gently pick up a little bit more. Like pushing slightly out toward right center field.
This park plays large, especially at night. Can fly during the day. Swing and a miss. Joe Webb's fired up.
That's big time right there. That's about as dirty as a Bourbon Street martini right there. Back-to-back strikeouts by Joseph Webb. Check out this pitch here. It looks like the heater out of the hand. And watch this ball just disappear and fade down and away. So back-to-back punch-outs. We are still all square, 1 apiece.
Back in Chapel Hill at the Bosch, our game summary as we go to the 7th inning. Ryan Towers and Evan Blanco have been sharp. Towers departed the game in the 5th inning, and Joe Webb's been great since he came on. And Evan Blanco pitching deep into this game for Tennessee. His 3rd time through the order. Starts with 6, 7, and 8 for East Carolina, and Michael Kalinic, who takes for strike 1 to start. Kalinic a strikeout so far on a heater up, and then a fly out to left his 2nd time, leading off the 5th inning against Blanco.
Boy, Josh Elander would love to get Evan Blanco through 7.
Hot shot at Grimmer. He spins around, and Kalinic is safe. Absolutely scorched off the bat at 111 miles an hour, and Kalinic is on to begin the 7th.
Only the 2nd time today the leadoff batter for ECU has reached. And you're right, this was a hot shot over to Grimmer at second base. Just a line drive off the bat. Kalinic just kind of goes out and circles it. Short hops him, and he had a chance right there, but when he kicked it for a 2nd time, no chance for Grimmer. Blanco can't believe it. And a good start for ECU here in the top of the 7th.
The ball kind of darting down at the feet of Grimmer. So Kalinic is on in front of Austin Irby. And what a day he's had out of the 7th spot. Squares and pulls back. Backside single, pull side double. The day for Austin Irby.
It just feels like he's going to put one on the ground here.
Henry Ford creeps in at 3rd. Doesn't square, it takes a strike. Velo has dipped a bit for Evan Blanco down to 89. As you said, Evan Blanco trying to get through 7 for a Tennessee pitching staff that has had a shaky bullpen all season. Irby bunts it foul. 1 and 2 on Austin Irby, and he pounds his chest saying, "My bad."
Yep.
Can't get it down.
So if you're Irby now, you got to go to work. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Just a little bit slider and a pretty good pitch to bunt right there. It actually hit the bat twice, but he was in the box.
Now presumably won't have it on with 2 strikes. Blanco deals. Irby on the ground at Grimmer. He's up with it with a flip. Marin's turn and tap for 2. So Irby could not get it down, and then Evan Blanco rolls a pair.
4th double play of this game. 2 by each teams now. And what a pitch by Evan Blanco, too. 1 ball, 2 strike counts. He just fishes a breaking ball just kind of down and away to a weak ground ball over to second base to Grimmer. Flips it to Marin, and that's it from there. A little 4-6-3 double play.
Boy, that is huge for Evan Blanco. Nearing the end of his day. So the base is wiped empty for the 8-man Walker Barron. Fly out to center, fly out to right so far for the Atlanta native. Brandon Arvidsson still out there, and watching Blanco try to get through this 7th. Kirby Connell out there leading the relievers. Nasty from Blanco. Boy, what a gem this has been from Evan Blanco. Josh Elander, in his first decision as head coach of Tennessee in the NCAA tournament, went to the senior left-hander.
Leaning on that experience.
Caught and missed. Evan Blanco has been nails through 7 innings of 1-run spectacular ball.
How about a 9-pitch 7th inning by Blanco, too? Probably going to be the end of the line for him, but what a day it was for Evan Blanco. Boy, he's kind of finished the way he started this game with some really good changeups. And watch this pitch right here. You can't throw a changeup any better than that. Blanco's fired up, and we are all square going into the bottom of the 7th inning.
Evan Blanco get some hugs in the Tennessee dugout. 97 pitches, 7 innings, 7 hits, 1 run, no walks, 4 strikeouts.
And that's what you call emptying the tank at the end. And he did that. Big time ground ball to get a double play, then a strikeout to end the inning.
And comes up enormous for Tennessee. 1-1 game. We go to the bottom of the 7th. 3, 4, and 5 for the Vols, starting with Henry Ford against Joseph Webb. Splitter misses. 2-0 on Henry Ford, who has grounded out to short and walked so far. Ford cuts through the splitter.
Boy, Webb leaning on that splitter of his, man. And if you're Tennessee, I think you need to see the ball up, because if that splitter starts around your knees, obviously it's going to fall below the bottom of the strike zone. So if you're Tennessee, try to see it up. Attack the one that starts up in the zone.
Ford fillets this one into right, and in foul ground, Irby can't track it down with a long way to go. Boy, you think about what Evan Blanco gave Tennessee. If they're going to win this regional, it felt like they needed length out of Evan Blanco, and you got to start out, any team does, with a win to start your regional to have a great chance. But it feels like, especially the way this Tennessee pitching staff is constructed, you have to get to the 1-0 game tomorrow night.
And you could make the case for Evan Blanco, his best start of the year. That's how good he was.
2-2. Ford lays off. Oh, look who's up in the East Carolina bullpen. Ethan Norby, who we knew we might see in relief today. You suspected that he'd be lined up for a start tomorrow. That misses, and Ford is on to lead off the bottom of the 7th. A Clash in Italy hits this Sunday at 2 Eastern. You can catch the first hour live on ESPN. You can stream the entire event on the ESPN app with an ESPN Unlimited plan. Well, how about that? Ethan Norby starting to work for East Carolina in the pen. Superstar left-hander who's been in the rotation but can also come on in relief like we saw in the conference tournament.
Well, if we see Ethan Norby, that means one thing by Cliff Godwin. He is pushing all his chips in right here and right now.
We'll get a mound visit here from the catcher Walker Barron after the leadoff walk issued by Joseph Webb, who had been really good since he came on in the 5th inning. Now Austin Knight, the pitching coach, is going to join. This will buy some time for Ethan Norby.
And I think that's what this is about. I think he hit the nail on the head with that one. Norby been mostly a starter, so it may take him a little bit more time to warm up and get loose and get all his pitches working.
Norby worked 2 1/3, 44 pitches last Friday in the conference tournament against Rice, helping them in a 1-run victory. And then he came back 2 days later, 1-day rest, went 99 pitches, 5 2/3 shutout, 8 strikeouts in the championship game to beat UTSA, a 1-0 win for East Carolina to get here.
That's some old school stuff right there. Get 1 day off and hop right back on the bump again and give you some length.
2 relief outings this year, came in the conference tournament, 14 starts for Norby, who was first team all conference and is 60th on our ESPN MLB draft rankings according to Kylie McDaniel. And so Joseph Webb will stay in for now against Trent Grindlinger. Talented freshman DH in the cleanup spot, who flew to left his first time and then tagged a single pull side in the 4th. And a gnarly splitter to start from Webb.
And that's what Webb wants. Something down, maybe try to create another ground ball.
The 0-1 in the dirt to Barron, a ball and a strike from Webb.
The Ford over at first base, only 3 stolen bases on the year, so not likely to run.
Webb's 1-1. Great Grenlinger cuts through it. That was knifing down and in.
Seventh swing and miss already for Joseph Webb, and most of them have been on that splitter.
Of the 23 pitches he's thrown, man. 1-2. Spiked, and it caroms away from Barron. Henry Ford is in scoring position with nobody out in the 7th inning.
Looked like another splitter to me, Mikey.
Yep.
But he held on to this one just a little bit too long, and I mean, he spikes it well out in front of home plate, and really no chance for Walker Barron behind home plate. And that's the one. He comes up, tries to knock it down with his chest, but it gets off the right shoulder. Be a wild pitch.
And 2 balls and 2 strikes on Trent Grenlinger. Wow, what a stop back there by Barron. Guy known for his defense this season, leading this staff behind the plate.
Well, it has been on display in game 1 of this Chapel Hill Regional for sure. Boy, what a big pitch here. Go ahead, run at second base. 3-2 count. Nobody out for Joseph Webb. He has been leaning hard on that splitter. We'll see what he throws. 3-2.
The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Webb goes back to the splitter to tie up Grenlinger, and there's one away.
Man, you talk about a big-time pitch and a big-time moment, too. Because a couple splitters he threw before that were not even close to the zone. He starts this one, does Webb in the perfect spot. Looks like a strike out of the hand. That thing just disappears down and in and just underneath the bat of Grenlinger. Big-time pitch and a big first out for ECU here in the bottom of the 7th.
And one away for Levi Clark. 0 for 2 with a fly out to right and a double play bouncer to third. Clark has chased more this year than last year. That mixed span there, really good take to start out against Webb. Webb deals. This one gets through Barron to the backstop, and Henry Ford is now 90 feet away, representing the go-ahead run.
So 2 wild pitches. He got it from first to second, then second to third.
Boy, the split has giveth and taketh for Joseph Webb.
That's the only thing bad about that pitch. It's a super hard pitch from time to time to be able to control. So as a catcher, man, you got to be on your game.
And now Cliff Godwin is coming out, and he's going to make a move for his superstar. Ethan Norby is entering this game. Cliff Godwin has pushed his entire chips to the table for Ethan Norby to come on. Joseph Webb has been sterling, but a couple of wild pitches have put Henry Ford at third here in the bottom of the 7th inning. In the first game of this Chapel Hill Regional. Again, if you're flipping around, taking in all these games, you know, 16 regionals around the country. Here we are, 2-3 game, first of the day. The winner of this one gets the winner of tonight's game between North Carolina and VCU. The winners square off tomorrow at 5 o'clock Eastern time. And how about this move by Cliff Godwin to summon Ethan Norby? Third year is a real key guy on this team. Entered the year as a preseason first-team All-American, and he's pitching like it down the stretch.
Big time. I mean, you look at the numbers on the year, 120 strikeouts, and that's what ECU needs right now is a strikeout. That's why Cliff Godwin went and got it. If you look at what he does, man, he can really spin those breaking balls. Fastball's a good one. Fastball's going to be in that 90 to 94 range, but boy, he does his work. He's got a really good slider, 44% swing and miss. The curveball's got a big-time swing and miss at 56%. I throw those numbers out there to tell you those are big-time averages, because the average on the curveball and the slider right around 32, 33%. You kind of see where Norby is. 56% on the curveball, 44% on the slider. And what he needs right now is a strikeout. He's got 120 of them on the year and only 83 2/3.
Hey, NCAA regional coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more info, visit ncaa.com. the home for all NCAA championships. So how about Norby? I mean, you mentioned the swing and a miss stuff. He comes into a 2-ball, no strike count. We showed you his outing last time out against UTSA on Sunday. Cliff Godwin said to us yesterday, that outing, 5 2/3 shutout, 8 Ks, was as good as he has ever seen Ethan Norby across 3 seasons, more than 230 plus innings.
He's going to be big here. I mean, obviously the ECU infield, I'm sure, will push in to try to cut the run off at third base. And he inherits a tough situation. Runner at third, only one out, but a 2-0 count, too. So not a whole lot to work with for Ethan Norby.
Henry Ford is at third with Ethan Norby on the bump. Cliff Godwin said to us, the bigger the game, the more Ethan Norby competes and steps up. And the infield is in against Levi Clark. Strike to start with the off speed from Norby. It's a high spin, gnarly breaking ball from Norby. And he'll work quickly. He's famous for that. Clark got time before the 2-1 from Norby. And the home plate umpire, Mark Wagers, is saying the batter has to make eye contact and be alert to the pitcher.
Now here's the game within the game. Norby just threw a breaking ball. So if you stand at home plate, you think, okay, am I getting the breaking ball again, or is he going with something different?
Put that in the mind of Levi Clark. 1 out in the 7th, 2-1. Another breaking ball tugged foul. Norby stuck with it. So right as Clark had looked up, and then he said, whoa, 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 whoa. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ethan Norby deals. Got him. Wow. At 94, paint.
Come on now. 3 breaking balls, and he just takes that old cross-seam fastball at 94 miles an hour and shoves it right to the inside part of the plate. You talk about a huge strikeout. It doesn't get any bigger than that. Slows the bat down, a lot of breaking balls, and takes 94 and just knocks a little paint off the inside part of the plate. Big time pitch, big time punch out right there.
And now Reese Chapman. Boy, how about that? That 94, that was his fastest pitch of the season.
That's what you call reaching in that lunch pail, Mikey, and pulling out a little extra cheese right there.
Ooh. And now left on left with Chapman. Senior leader for Tennessee, who doubled his last time. Just off the edge.
Well, the catcher, Walker Barron, thought he had a strike right there.
The 1-1 from Norby. Chapman fouls it off himself, and it's 1-2.
Boy, this would be so huge for ECU. Boy, and a fastball in normally sets up one of those wipeout breaking balls to the outside part of the plate. Now, Walker Barron's going to be big because it could be a breaking ball in the dirt. Go ahead, run out at third base. He's got to be ready to block the ball behind home plate.
And we're going to get Reese Chapman circling the home plate area after he fouled that one off himself. So Ross Kivett comes down from the first base coach's box. You see Josh Elander's out as well. So too is the longtime trainer, Jeff Wood.
Jeff Wood has been around a long time. And the only reason I know that, I had him as a trainer in AAA Rochester way back many moons ago. That's how long he's been around.
I know you guys were pleased to see each other yesterday.
Oh, Woody's as good as it gets, man.
Well, Reese Chapman's able to hang in. 2 outs, man at third. Norby's 1-2. Swing and a miss. Norby is nails.
Wow. Well, you go to your ace, you go to your best in the big time moments, because he's been the guy that's performed on the big stage all year long and got yourself out of a lot of jams. And Ethan Norby does it again, man. Inherits a 2-0 count with a runner at third base. How about back-to-back punch outs to get ECU off the field? Everybody's fired up, and heck, I am too, and why not?
Welcome to Squeeze Play. All the highlights, all the big moments.
Get a chance to have some big-time fireworks.
6 to 8 games on the screen at one time.
You're going to be locked in for that.
The season on the line.
Hashtag Squeeze Play. Send us some tweets. Maybe we'll put you on the social wall.
The storybook season will continue. Cliff Godwin said yesterday, historically, Ethan Norby has been at his best in the biggest moments. He said, we want him to have the ball in his hands at the most crucial moments in the game, and Ethan Norby delivers with 2 massive strikeouts.
And on top of that, runner at third, that's the go-ahead run, 1 out, and he inherited a 2-0 count on the batter when he came in, and back-to-back strikeouts.
Well, Tennessee goes to the bullpen also. Evan Blanco, 7 sharp innings, and now Brandon Arvidsson, one of the key pieces who you knew you were going to need to try to get you to a finish line at some point this weekend comes on.
Yeah, making his 16th appearance. Love the strikeout to walk ratio, nearly a 4-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, and it's pretty much 2-pitch mix. Fastball, slider. And he throws them equally, both of them about 45%, does Arvidsson. And we'll show you an occasional curveball, an occasional changeup, but it's pretty much fastball, slider heavy from the left side.
Native of Dripping Springs, Texas, against the 9-man Nick Parham, who has squared twice and just took a strike at the top of the zone with a couple hits to his name already today, including the run-scoring knock in the 5th inning to plate Austin Irby. And there's that breaking ball from Arvidsson that right around this time last year was pretty tough for Arvidsson when he was at his best. His 1-2. Parham rolls it softly toward first. Clark comes to get it. He dives and got the tag on Parham. 1 away.
Boy, these defenses, man, I'm telling you what, that is not an easy play by Levi Clark. Because you know you got one chance. If you bobble this ball at all, he's going to be safe.
Levi Clark a little bit slow to get up, and I do think East Carolina is going to challenge this, and yes, Cliff Godwin will.
East Carolina is challenging the out of first base. The play is under further review.
It was do or die for Clark. Arvidsson falling off to the third base side of the mound.
Yeah, Clark was the only guy going to make this play. Well, he scooped it up and all in one motion, just tried to lay out and get Parham. Wow.
Get him before Parham reaches the green base.
What an effort by both of those guys.
Call on the field is out, and we've already seen how that looms large. Contact there. I think before we get a hand on the bag.
Yeah, because the right hand by Parham is clearly not on the bag. It's going to be the left hand he goes with. There's your tag there. Looks like those fingers are up to me.
I agree. I think it's going to be confirmed. Boy, that's a heck of a play by Levi Clark. We've had 3 pretty nip and tuck challenges so far in this game.
After further review, the call at first base is confirmed. The runner is out. East Carolina is out of challenges.
And that's important in the late stages of this one. 2 unsuccessful challenges from Cliff Godwin and ECU.
Yeah, but I think the challenge was worth it there. You get the leadoff guy on in the 8th inning in a 1-1 ball game. I think it's worth a challenge. ECU out of challenges now. Levi Clark, big time play. Because we've got to remember, with the extra base you have over at first base, the first baseman's got to cover more ground to try to make the tag up now. So he had to go an extra foot to 18 inches to make that tag. Levi Clark did it well.
Really good point by you, Ben. Extra ground to cover for Clark. Grady Lenahan is ahead in the count, 2-0 against Arvidsson. Very talented freshman, Virginia native, 0 for 3 so far. Line out to left, double play ball to short, roller to second. Pulls it in the air to left. Blaine Brown coasts in for out number 2. Boy, both these teams have pushed their piles of chips all the way to the center of the felt here in this regional opener knowing the importance of getting to the 1-0 game, the way for both these teams their pitching is structured. For East Carolina with the injuries they've dealt with.
Yes.
Tennessee with the question mark surrounding Landon Mack and a struggling bullpen. Here's Jack Herring with 2 outs and the bases empty, and he did not offer.
Yeah, it'd be tough for either one of those teams to get the loser bracket, because as you were alluding to, maybe do they have the depth to come all the way back through? Maybe.
And you know you're going up against a North Carolina staff, should North Carolina win today against VCU, that is one of the best pitching staffs in the sport.
And pretty deep, too.
Inside 3-0 on Jack Herring. Herring 0 for 3. He's got a couple of ground outs to second and a pop to short. Guy who was second team all conference in the American, team leader in OPS. Takes a strike on 3-0. This guy Herring is a leader on the team. He got asked the other day if being second team all conference motivated him to play harder last weekend. He said simply, yes, it did. A guy who can get East Carolina going, and they got a 2-out base runner here in the 8th inning in a 1-1 game. Hey, coming up next here on ESPNU, more great coverage continues. Washington State and Oregon State. You see top right of your screen, top left now too, with the old Pac-12 revival that we've got in Eugene. So here's another leader for East Carolina in Braden Burris in the 3 spot. He's been aboard twice. He squares with 2 outs, bunting with Henry Ford back at third. Pull side single in the 4th, then reached on a Ford error at third in the 6th. And was thrown out at the plate by Reese Chapman later in that 6th inning. This one smothered behind the plate by Garrett Wright. Huge.
Catchers have been pretty good today.
Brandon Arvidsson came on here in this 8th inning after 7 innings from the starter Evan Blanco. His 1-1 in on the hand, soft roller at short. Manny Marin's up with it on the run to end the inning. Good work from Brandon Arvidsson. Middle of the 8th inning. 1-1 at the Bosch in Chapel Hill. Today's Capital One rewarding performance is, we'll give you one guess.
Yeah, how about Ethan Norby? 2-0 count, runner at third, only 1 out. Gets the first big punch out right there. There's a little pink piece on the outside part, so back-to-back strikeouts. And you talk about emotional. Cliff Godwin almost come out of his shoes on that one. Ethan Norby fired up. Now, can he calm his emotions come back out and stack another 0 for ECU.
7 pitches to get those couple Ks.
7 pitches, 6 of which were strikes. So you talk about filling up the zone, and he needed to be again. He inherited a 2-0 count on the first batter he faced.
And now we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 7, 8, and 9 starts with Manny Marin. And a breaking ball misses to begin. Manny Marin, a fly out to right, and then a sac bunt in the 5th inning against ECU reliever Joe Webb. This one popped up behind first, no man's land. Herring sprints in, Irby out, and it lands foul. Boy, you start thinking the way East Carolina has handled today's game. If you win this, you've used your 3 best pitchers, Ethan Norby, Ryan Towers, and Joe Webb. Probably would start, let's say you win this game, maybe Luke Payne tomorrow, Tennessee transfer, and then see who else you can bring on in relief. Right now, this game belongs to Ethan Norby, and it hangs in the balance at 1-1. His 1-1. Fastball just missed in. 2-1 from Norby. .38 career starts for Ethan Norby. Been a real dude since he showed up. Boy, that just missed, and it's 3 balls and a strike on Marin.
You could kind of tell Norby prefers the glove side. He likes to get that fastball into the righties, away from the lefties.
Hot shot to first, and Irby gobbles it up for the first out. That was cooked by Marin at 101 off his bat.
Irby was positioned perfectly, though. Pulled off the bag to the pull side, and a bullet right to him that he collects. Look where he's positioned. Pulled way off and a little bit deep. Just right to him. That's a nice play. Just kind of smothers it.
For the first out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. So it brings up the talented Blaine Brown. 0 for 2 so far for the Rice transfer. But huge expectations after arriving on Rocky Top. Big time batted ball data, the exit velo, some prodigious blasts in the fall and early in the spring. Ooh, he launches this one down the right field line, but that is hooked toward the East Carolina bullpen.
Better get that breaking ball down and away off the outside edge. You don't see many 8-hole hitters with 13 long balls on the year. But that's what Blaine Brown has.
He's looking at his bat here. He's got to, I think, maybe get some pine tar.
Or some spray, one or the other.
He'll spray that thing down.
Trying to get this breaking ball down and away. You could see where the catcher, Barron, was set up. He was set up on the outside edge. This ball kind of left a little bit in.
So a 2-strike bind for Blaine Brown against Ethan Norby.
Well, he's got him in swing mode now. If he takes that slider and maybe starts it on the outer third and works it off the outside edge, he might get that swing and miss he's looking for.
Fastball to the glove side. And Norby, we've seen this throughout his career. He is ready to throw. His 1-2. Just off the edge. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Really good take by Blaine Brown there. Back-to-back fastballs. You got to think that breaking ball's coming.
Pirate Nation has showed up in Chapel Hill. 2-2. Swing and a miss.
Oh, he just kept feeding that fastball to the glove side and finally gets a swing and a miss that he wants. Norby has now faced 4 batters and 3 strikeouts. How about that fastball? Just dots it just on the outside edge, exactly where Barron is set up.
So 2 down, and it's Jay Abernathy. First pitch swinging, sawed off foul by the 9-man for Tennessee. Struck out looking in the third and then rolled unassisted to first in the sixth. And he's down 0-2. Norby just pouring in strikes. The biggest weapon entered this game last inning for East Carolina. Norby's 0-2. Outside 1-2 on Abernathy. Ethan Norby deals. And Abernathy stays alive. That's elevated at 93. Boy, and the velo's really played up here in relief for Ethan Norby.
Of course, his older brother, Connor Norby, in the big leagues now with the Marlins.
Cut out and missed. Norby strikes out 2 more in the 8th inning.
Ethan Norby doing his thing, folks. How about facing 5 batters and he comes up with 4 strikeouts? Big time effort by the left-hander, Norby.
You're watching the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Gorgeous Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the site for perhaps the toughest, most challenging, loaded regional of the 16 across the country, and a dandy of a game to get it started. Hits the 9th inning, 1-1-hour score between 3-seed East Carolina and 2-seed Tennessee. First pitch swinging, Davin Whitaker to right, back at the wall. Gone! East Carolina leads. Wow!
Big time swing. First pitch breaking ball, too. And Whitaker takes it out to right center field. His 10th long ball of the year, his 44th RBI. And guess what? ECU takes the lead here in the top of the 9th inning. What a move to the baseball that was by Whitaker right there. Boy, watch this swing, too. Breaking ball on the inside part of the plate. He just goes down and just sticks his nose on it, drops a barrel on it. And watch this in motion right here. Big time swing. Nice and short and quick to the ball. Finds the barrel.
And now Colby Wallace pops up his first pitch offering at Blake Grimmer. Man, what a swing for Davin Whitaker, redshirt sophomore, who Cliff Godwin said to us is self-made, super competitive, about all the right things, has put it together this year. He's got some power, so he hits in the cleanup spot, and he goes hunting on the first pitch, left on left breaking ball.
And I would love to know, did he go up there looking for a first pitch breaking ball, or did you just see the ball maybe just pop up out of the hand a little bit and set back on it? But he wasn't fooled for a second on it.
And now catcher Garrett Wright needs to get his equipment tended to. And back to the home run from Whitaker.
Well, the eyes just light up too. And see how short that stroke was, man? That's what you call not trying to do too much. And in today's game, I feel like we talk a lot about exit velocity, and we should. But sometimes you just let the pitcher do the work. You just find the barrel with the right launch angle, and it's going to go.
Biggest swing of Davin Whitaker's career. His first go-ahead home run in the 7th inning or later. And now Michael Kalinic bats with 1 out and the bases empty. Boy, how about this East Carolina team with all they've endured this year?
They ain't got no quit in them. I mean, there is zero quit in this team and this program.
We talked to Cliff Godwin yesterday. We asked him about these last 2 years in particular. He told us they've been brutal for him. He got emotional. Tears welled up in his eyes talking about what they have been through. Struggles and a group last year that couldn't get the job done. He told his team late in the regular season this year, if you guys just hang in there, we're still alive.
Weather the storm, man, and they weathered the storm.
1-2. Kalinic lays off. 2-2 from Brandon Arbidson.
The care factor for Cliff Godwin is so big. Like, he really cares about this program. He cares about these kids.
And with everything being emptied today for East Carolina in game 1, they lead by 1 in the top of the 9th inning. Arvidson's 2-2. This one comes up and hits Kalinic.
Where did that get him? Did it get him in the head?
Did that graze the helmet? He's undeterred by it. Flashes the pearly whites and heads down to first.
Fastball, trying to get it down the way. This ball just up, and it does.
Yeah.
It gets off the helmet. Wow.
So they're going to run for Michael Kalinic. Jeff Sabater, grad student, will come on and run. So we go to the 7th spot in the Pirates lineup for Austin Irby. 2 hits his first 2 trips. Backside single, pull side double. Guy whose swings have looked better here these last few weeks, according to Cliff Godwin. First pitch down, ball 1.
Sabater over at first base. Only 3 stolen bases. 3 for 7.
He's on for Irby. The 1-0. 2-0 from Arvidsson. Josh Elander's team will have top of the order in the bottom of the 9th inning. Will it be a 1-run deficit, or can East Carolina add on? Arvidsson's 2-0. That misses. Good takes from Irby, and it's 3-0.
I'm telling you, it's been professional at bats from ECU today. They have only struck out, what, 4 times the entire game has ECU. They've shortened up with 2 strikes. They've taken a lot of close pitches. A very good understanding of the strike zone.
3-0 is a strike from Arvidsson. Takes up, and this one gets past right anyway. And so Irby is on with ball 4. Back-to-back free passes issued by Tennessee pitching. And here comes Josh Elander. Well, the issue for Brandon Arvidsson this year has been strike throwing. When he's around the zone, he's been effective, but a hit batter against Michael Kalinic, and now a walk to the 7-man Austin Irby. And Josh Elander is going to the bullpen for the right-hander Bo Rudy. East Carolina's got a 2-1 lead on Tennessee in the top of the 9th inning in this opener at the Chapel Hill Regional. We step aside for 60 seconds and then back to the Bosch. Wallets. The biggest swing of Davin Whitaker's life. He's the second Pirate with a go-ahead home run in the 9th inning or later this season, and it's the first one for East Carolina in 2.5 months to give the Pirates a 2-1 lead on Tennessee here in the 9th inning of this regional opener. And Tennessee goes to the bullpen now and summons Bo Rudy, who's the other one of their 3 trusted bullpen arms for Josh Elander and Josh Reynolds.
Yeah, you talk about Bo Rudy, you talk about a strike thrower. 37 strikeouts, only 5 walks for him, making his 23rd appearance of the year. Opponents hitting 186 off the right-hander, Rudy.
Swinging this fastball as he faces Walker Barron, and a breaking ball that's been better recently for Rudy.
Yeah, he likes his fastball. I mean, fastball about 69% of the time. Velo's going to be in that 90 to 94 range. And then that slider about 26% of the time with a big-time swing and miss on that slider.
Rips a couple sliders to start out Walker Barron, who's 0 for 3 so far today from the 8th spot.
Walker Barron's been good in these situations, though, this year. He's hitting 344 runners in scoring position. That's a big number.
0-2. Another slider from Rudy, who's also been pumping a boatload of strikes this year. He's the best strike thrower on the staff. 71% of his pitches are strikes. National average is in the low 60s percentage-wise. 1-2. And on the hands at 94. So again, if you're Tennessee, you got the top of the order coming in the bottom of the 9th inning. Can you get a ground ball here? Can you keep this a 2-1 game?
Yeah, if you're Tennessee here, it's about drawing a line in the sand. You can't really afford it to give another one.
Rudy's 1-2. Perfectly located for strike 3 called. Another slider for a big second out.
Perfect is right, too. Garrett Wright, the catcher for Tennessee, just gently rocks to the outside part of the plate, and watch where this slider's delivered here. Wants it down and away on the outside part, exactly where it is. Big time pitch.
So 2 on, 2 out. And now Bo Rudy will face the 9-man Nick Parham. He's got 2 hits today. On the ground sharply at second. Grimmer gobbles and Rudy does his job. East Carolina takes the lead. So last chance for Tennessee. Top of the order looms against Ethan Norby after this. 93% of the time, the team that wins a regional won its first game, its Friday game in NCAA regional play. And that's why both these teams have gone all in on winning this first one. East Carolina with a 2-1 lead on Tennessee thanks to that man Davin Whitaker with a go-ahead shot in the top half of the 9th inning. And now ECU rolls back to Ethan Norby against the Vols' top of the order. With Ben McDonald, Mike Monaco with you, and our entire crew behind the scenes. Norby came on in the 7th inning. He's struck out 4 of the 5 that he's faced. Has not allowed a base runner. First pitch to Garrett Wright is strike 1 with a slider to start.
Well, these first batters of these innings, man, are so important. You collect the first out of the inning, the chance of the team scoring goes way down from there. That's back-to-back breaking balls by Norby.
Against a guy in right who's 0 for 3. 2 firm flyouts his first 2 times, and then he struck out his last time. 0-2. Just got a piece of it. Steady stream of sliders.
He loves that glove side. Top 3 for Tennessee, man. Only 1 for 7. But they're right where they want to be. They got their A team up in this inning. 1, 2, and 3.
Henry Ford in the 3 spot does have 2 walks today. Another 0-2 from Norby. Just misses. 1 and 2. Norby deals. Strike 3 called. And there's 1 away in the 9th.
Unhittable pitch right there. Backdoor breaking ball. The hitter sees it out of the hand. It's a ball out of the hand. But Ethan Norby just gently moves it right back over the outside edge. 5th strikeout and 6 batters for Norby. Look where that ball starts. I mean, it starts almost in the opposite batter's box, and he works it just over the outside edge.
This guy's been disgusting. He's a 2-pitch reliever right here. Now Blake Grimmer, who had the home run in the 4th. Slider inside the start from Ethan Norby. Grimmer took a pitch that was inside. It was left on left in the 4th inning, and he launched to right field. Veteran professional hitter. Pops this one up in the left. Davin Whitaker with a long way to go, and that's into the seats. This was the big fly from Blake Grimmer back in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, watch this swing here. Got a fastball, and one of the few mistakes really that Towers made. Try to get it down the way, and it's up and in, and what a beautiful move to the ball it was for Blake Grimmer. His 13th long ball of the year. That would put Tennessee up by 1 at the time.
And now down 1, bottom of the 9th inning. Norby's 30th pitch. Perfect with a glove side heater.
Loves that glove side, doesn't he? That's his comfort zone. Most pitchers have a favorite side.
Norby's 1-2. Yanked outside at 94. Henry Ford on deck. Tennessee's 3-hitter. He's got a ground out and 2 walks so far today.
Leads him in home runs and RBIs.
2-2. Up the ladder and popped up into left. 2 down. What a ball game this has been to get the day started across college baseball. The high-energy superstar arm, Ethan Norby, now pitching in relief. Faces Henry Ford. First pitch inside, ball 1 to Ford. You mentioned the power numbers for the Virginia transfer. 1-0. Back foot miss, 2-0 to start out.
Well, if you're Ford now, you got yourself in a situation. If you want to sit fastball, you can. If you want to sit on that little backdoor breaking ball, you could do the same thing.
2-0. Land strike with the slider. Ford skies it. Left field. Whitaker's back. Man, oh man!
Wow. That's putting barrel on ball right there. Henry Ford's 20th long ball of the year. His 57th RBI, and that's taking a fastball, and that's what I call a collision at home plate right there. That's what Tennessee does, folks. 111 home runs coming into this. Now 113 on the year, top 10 in baseball. And that's what they do. Watch him pull that. Look, see how he pulled the hands in. He pulls the hands in, and he knew when he touched that one, it was a tie ball game. Look at the hands get tight to the body, gets the barrel to it, and you can forget about it. That Tennessee dugout explodes.
And now Trent Grinlinger. Henry Ford takes Tennessee off the mat in this regional opener. 0-2 on Grinlinger. What a game this has been. Grinlinger, you see 1 for 3. He smoked a single pull side earlier. Back in the 4th inning, a strikeout most recently in the 7th, right before Ethan Norby came into this game. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Norby discards Grinlinger, but Henry Ford forces extras in Chapel Hill.
Come on now, Henry Ford. Tennessee falls. They're not ready to get that loser's bracket just left. Just that lean back on one kid, and boy, he leaned back on that one for his 20th long ball of the year. How about a little bonus baseball for you, Mikey, in game 1 of the Chapel Hill Regional.
That was the 2nd career go-ahead or game-tying home run in the 9th inning or later for Henry Ford. Had one last year in mid-April against Pitt. Well, how about right now in a regional opener against East Carolina to force extras.
Such a big-time swing. Got the count in his favor. 2-1 count. Sitting on a fastball. Got one up and in and just buried it out to left field.
Now Brady Lenahan skies one to center. Jay Abernathy comes all the way in for the first out for Bo Rudy. And how about this 9th inning? A heck of a ball game. It started with Whitaker on the first pitch of the 9th.
Yeah, left on left breaking ball. He got kind of up and in, buried it out to right field. It was all ECU at the time, and then right behind that comes Henry Ford on a 2-1 count. He gets a fastball and says, hey, whatever you can do, I can do better. Here we go to extra innings.
One out for Jack Herring, switch hitter who spins around now from the left side. 0 for 3 with a walk out of the 2 spot in the lineup. That's that fastball that can be such a good swing and miss pitch with crazy metrics to it. Spin rate nearly 2,900 RPMs for Bo Rudy. 0-2. Herring bunts and pops it up foul. So Herring strikes out, trying to bunt with the bases empty. Wow. On an 0-2. Huh. So 2 down, it brings up Braden Burris. Base is empty for Burris. He squares and pulls back, and Rudy pumps 95. Burris a single in the 4th, reached on an error by Ford at 3rd in the 6th. A couple ground outs to short otherwise. Everything poolside. Boy, Bo Rudy with a quick answer here after the Ford home run. You got 5, 6, and 7 coming for the Vols.
Yeah, Rudy's fastball is pretty special. I mean, the average D1 fastball swung and missed about 18% of the time. His is at 35%, so nearly double. And you mentioned the metrics. I mean, it's a high spin rate heater, and he spins it a lot faster than most guys do on an RPM. That means it has that good carry through the zone.
In on the hands to tie up Burris. And some of that carry you're talking about. Bo Rudy looking nails here in the 10th inning. His first full frame. 2-2. Up the ladder from Rudy at 95.
Best fastball today, velocity-wise. He throws it in the perfect spot where it plays the best. And boy, is he pumped up. And he's trying to get the Vols for 1 run here in the bottom of the 10th and a win. Watch this fastball. Top shelf right here. See if you can get it. My best against yours. And boy, he is pumped up. Bottom of the 10th we go, all square.
Here's how the bracket looks in the Chapel Hill Regional, with North Carolina, the number 5 national seed, ready to go tonight, 5 o'clock Eastern, over on ESPN Plus against VCU, with Tennessee and East Carolina tied at 2 to the bottom of the 10th inning.
I don't think we could have asked for anything more for game 1, could we?
I don't think so, Ben. Not at all. Ryan Towers and Evan Blanco were the respective starting pitchers. Savvy veteran left-handers who were great out of the gates. Blanco went 7, Towers into the 5th. Joseph Webb came on for East Carolina, and then Ethan Norby in the 7th. Blanco was so good for Tennessee as they elected to hold Tegan Coons, their ace, until tomorrow. Levi Clark leads off the bottom of the 10th against Norby at 41 pitches. Hey, if you're looking for Washington State against Oregon State from Eugene, that game will start on ESPN Plus, and then we'll get you there when this one's done. 1-1 on Levi Clark. Again, Norby's got experience pitching multiple times in a regional. The 1-1. Clark cuts through the slider, 1-2. But man, you don't want to use the Norby bullet today and fall into the loser's bracket. 1-2. Clark strikes out, and there's one away.
Ethan Norby wears out the glove side. Fastball's in there, and he backs it up with those good hard sliders down and in.
7 strikeouts for Norby. And now Reese Chapman takes a fastball that just missed that Norby wanted. With Chapman in the left-hand box, 1 for 3 with a double in the 5th inning.
Already 10 swings and misses for Norby already.
Hot shot at first. Austin Irby collects, and there's 2 away. If you're wondering about how this portends for Norby the rest of the weekend, 3 times in his career he's gone on back-to-back days. He did it at the conference tournament last year. But the pitch count now approaching 50.
Yeah, it gets harder and harder to go back-to-back when that pitch count starts to get above 50.
Manny Marin first pitch swinging, serves one to left to Davin Whitaker. And Ethan Norby makes quick work in the bottom of the 10th inning on just 7 pitches. We go to the 11th in Chapel Hill. The best time of the year in college baseball, and emotion dripping all over Boshamer Stadium in a dandy of a ball game that is tied 2-2 as we go to the 11th inning.
Oh, it must be the postseason. Everything gets amped up in the postseason, doesn't it?
We love it. How about this game so far? 2-2 our score, top of the 11th. Huge home runs in the 9th from Davin Whitaker to take the lead, and from Henry Ford to tie it. Well, Davin Whitaker will lead it off against Bo Rudy. 4, 5, and 6 for East Carolina. 16 pitches for Rudy to get 5 outs. Starts with ball 1 to Whitaker, who also had a single to right field back in the 6th.
But if you look at Bo Rudy's numbers too, 28 innings pitched, coming in 7 home runs he's allowed.
Talked about how great the fastball can be, but when it's in a middle spot, it's been pounded at times this year. Whitaker lays off, 2-1 the count. That's good to see from Whitaker, who does have one of the highest chase rates on the East Carolina team, but has been pretty locked in today. 2-1. 2-2 on Whitaker.
And what you love most about Bo Rudy is he fills it up. He doesn't typically beat himself. Came in those 28 innings of work, 37 strikeouts, only 5 walks.
Caught and a miss. Bo Rudy is dialed in, and he's got 3 straight strikeouts.
Telling you. He's just coming in and saying, my best against yours, and he's taking that analytical fastball that he's got, man. He is just blowing it up to the outside part of the plate, elevating it when he wants to.
And now we're going to get an offensive timeout before Colby Wallace bats, trying to solve Bo Rudy. And look, this is what Josh Elander said to us yesterday about the fastball of Rudy. He said Bo Rudy is a metric marvel when it comes to hole number 1.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the analytical world, and it all makes sense now, you know, why certain fastballs and a lot of swings on it, because it fools the eyes a little bit. Hitters expect the ball to come down at a certain rate. That's the ball that they see pretty much their entire lives, but his fastball just has that ride through the zone.
His first year with the Vols after a couple seasons at Kennesaw State.
When you think about the spin rate, the average big league fastball spins a shade less than 2,300 RPMs. His is up there at 2,700 RPMs.
It's got that carry that you talk about. Colby Wallace 0 for 4. Strikeout his first time, fly out to center, line out to short, and a pop to second.
And what makes it even better for Rudy, it's a lower release point for him, too. So it's a low release point with a fastball that almost feels like it's riding.
1-2 on Wallace.
And when you face a fastball like this, the idea is try to get to the top of the ball if you can, because your eyes, again, will deceive you. They will fool you. You're not trying to hit the bottom of the ball. You're trying to hit the top of the ball because you know it has that extra ride through the zone.
Bo Rudy's 1-2. On a line and caught at second by Blake Grimmer. Up the ladder for out number 2.
Another Tennessee defender absolutely positioned perfectly.
Again, they went all in on defensive positioning and just trusting what the data says this year under Josh Elander and with Ross Kivett leading the defense. It's paid off. Michael Kalinic is spotting the order. This is Jeff Sabater, who's a real find a way on base type of guy. He will bunt, he will have chops on the infield, and he can really run. Came on to pinch run in the 9th inning for Kalinic. But he's down 0-2 against Bo Rudy. Pennsylvania native who Cliff Godwin says is tough to defend. Rudy's 0-2. Slice down the left field line toward the corner. That is a fair ball into the corner for speedy Jeff Sabater. It's a 2-out double and his first at bat of the game in the 11th.
Well, how good was that swing, too? Down with 2 strikes, not trying to do too much, just trying to put the bat on the ball. And he slices one perfectly down the left field line. Blaine Brown out in the left field doing all he can do. Look at that swing. Just a little inside out swing. Hands go first, the barrel behind it. He just paints it down the left field line. And there's your go ahead run, now in scoring position.
From the Division II grad transfer, Jeff Sabater. And now they're going to put Austin Irby on. So left-hand hitter in Irby, who's looked pretty dialed in today with 2 hits plus a walk. And instead, Tennessee opts for the right on right with Walker Barron.
But boy, Barron's been big in these moments so far this year for ECU. He's hit 344 runners in scoring position.
And Barron this year has actually been a better hitter against right-handed pitching than left. But Rudy's been gnarly against righties this year. This one smothered by Garrett Wright to keep Sabater at second.
Barron 0 for 4 today, couple of strikeouts. But nobody will remember those strikeouts if he gets a base hit here.
He's been a better offensive player this year with great catching too. The 1-0. Barron on the line towards second, right at Grimmer. And the inning's over. East Carolina threatens, but Rudy gets a line out to second, and East Carolina leaves 2. has been a wild ride as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning in the opener of the Chapel Hill Regional in the beautiful world of college baseball. 8-9-1, and we'll get a pinch hitter here for Tennessee. First pitch up high from Ethan Norby to Stone Lawless, catcher and leader and program guy on this team. Will bat for the left-hand hitting Blaine Brown. Sword there, and it's 1-1 from Norby, approaching 50 pitches. And you got to just roll with Norby at this point.
Yeah, you push your chips in now. And you got to ride him now.
1-1. Lawless pops it foul. 1-2 on Stone Lawless. Ethan Norby deals. That's down to Lawless, who earlier this year missed a couple of weeks during conference play. He had a facial fracture. He had a broken nose as well when he got hit by a pitch in late March. Tried to lay off. Did he go? No. And it's a full count on Stone Lawless.
Yeah, I love the C-flap. I think every hitter should be wearing it. The way the balls, well, first of all, the velocity that's being created in the college game, and then the way certain pitchers can spray it from time to time because we're chasing velocity a lot.
How about a backside single for Stone Lawless? Turns around the slider wearing that C-flap, and the leadoff man is on for Tennessee.
Well, Josh Elander pushing all the right buttons, goes to his bench and gets Stone Lawless, and a little backside bullet, and a good start for Tennessee here in the bottom of the 11th. Just a hanging breaking ball. He sits back on it and waits and just powers it to the backside of the field.
Now Austin Knight, East Carolina's pitching coach, will come out for a visit. Now, how about Stone Lawless, guy who often is in the starting lineup? He was an option to catch. You could have put Garrett Wright in center. Instead, Lawless not getting the start in the regional opener. Comes off the bench, undeterred, bottom of the 11th, hangs in there against Norby, runs it full, and an opposite field single.
And now the wheels start to turn for Tennessee. And what did they do with Jay Abernathy in the 9th? How does he put a bunt down? Does he try to get that winning run in the scoring position and 2 shots at it to win the ball game?
You got action in the East Carolina bullpen too. That's Ethan Rose, the low slot joker. And what do you think here with Abernathy in the 9th spot? How would you play?
I mean, rolling back to the top of the lineup and Wright and Grimmer, who obviously have had really solid years for Tennessee, I would put a bunt down here. Because it's lefty on lefty, one thing, and Abernathy's already struck out once against Ethan Norby. So I would think the bunt is on. Try to get that winning run in the scoring position.
He does square. He pulls back, and it's ball 1. Abernathy has bunted 9 times this year, including 3 sacrifice bunts. Squares. Got it down, but it spins foul. I think it's the right move, the way that Wright, Grimmer, and Ford have impacted the baseball today.
And it feels like it's going to be 3 attempts at it, in my opinion. I think even when he gets to 2 strikes, you can still see him square around if he does get to that 2-strike count.
Ethan Norby's 1-1. Abernathy gets it down at Irby, who goes to first with Burris covering. And the winning run is in scoring position here in the 11th.
Well done by Abernathy right there. That's tough, man. Lefty on lefty breaking ball. You got to hang in there and put it on the ground. He does it absolutely perfect. I mean, you can't do it any better than that.
And so it goes back to the top for Garrett Wright. And now Josh Elander is going to run for Stone Lawless at second with Ariel Antigua, known for his glove. He'll come on and run, again, representing the winning run here for the Vols. Well, Garrett Wright's the batter trying to solve Ethan Norby. Wright struck out looking against Norby to lead off the 9th inning on a slider. Slider misses to start to Wright. Was a blue-collar veteran on this team after he transferred in from Bowling Green. They call him the Soldier. One of their best bats this season. The 1-0. Up and away with another slider, 2-0. And Norby not as precise here as he was his first few innings.
Boy, Garrett Wright's got him in position now, Mikey. Whatever pitch he wants to sit on and whatever quadrant he wants to sit there. And he should be looking for something on the backside because it is wide open to the backside of the field. The shift is on for ECU. I mean, look at the hole on the right side right now.
And can Wright serve one that way? Ethan Norby ready with the 2-0. Wright fouls it off himself. Both teams have totally gone for it in game one. Cliff Godwin didn't start Ethan Norby, but he summoned him in relief in the 7th inning. Norby's 2-1 to Wright. This one hits Garrett Wright, or did it? Yes, it did. They're going to send Wright down to first. It's ruled a hit by pitch on a ball that caromed away. Ariel Antigua will have to head back to second, and boy, that helps out East Carolina.
Big time. Because it was a check swing. Obviously, he didn't go. It was really close. Just a breaking ball working down and in. Ooh, that is close. Did he swing at that?
Boy, that's close in a couple of ways. Does that hit the calf of Wright, and then did he swing?
Antigua just body flopping, and I don't know what he's doing coming around third base trying to score.
I mean, did he go? Wow.
Ooh, wow. That could have been called.
And so now Blake Grimmer up and in from Norby. Boy, it sure looked like Garrett Wright went around. But then you think of that ball in play and Antigua on the move from second. Instead, first and second, one out. The 1-0. Grimmer skies this one short left. Davin Whitaker is in for out number 2. Boy, how about Ethan Norby bearing down in this game?
Boy, Tennessee 0 for 6 today. Runners in scoring position. That's really been kind of the difference in the ball game.
And here's Henry Ford, who tied this game in the bottom of the 9th when Tennessee was down to its last out. First pitch. Strike one, top of the zone. Norby in that meeting against Ford in the 9th had fallen behind 2-0. And then on 2-1, Ford launched to left. The 0-1. Ford fouls it off, and it's 0-2.
Well, that was in the 9th inning, and that was Henry Ford down by 1. And boy, 2-1 count. He took a fastball and buried it off the screen straight away left field. And that's where we currently sit, 2-2.
With 2 on, the 0-2. Ford strikes out. Ethan Norby answers. And we go to the 12th.
Big time. Ethan Norby just continues to do it for ECU. Big time pitch down and in. Yet another strikeout for Ethan Norby in a big moment. And we will continue to play.
Ben, talk me through this. You know your way around the grill. What do we got going on?
I'm guessing with a shovel like that, and I've seen that before, it's got to be like a jambalaya, pasta. Looks like he's browning his meat right there because I see a lot of smoke coming off the pit right now, or the cooker, I should say. That's a gas grill. Got to be a big jambalaya.
As we start the 12th inning, and before we do, Bo Rudy's going to come off and maybe get freshened up on his pitch communication device. We had some lunch yesterday from the Armadillo Cafe, which is right up your alley.
Yeah.
That's where those tacos were from.
They were good, too.
You know your way around an armadillo.
I do. I do. I caught one many years ago just because somebody said you couldn't. And I said, hold my beer. I think I can. And I did.
Quite literally, hold my adult beverage, please. And we'll see what we can find here in Chapel Hill this weekend. Knight Eisfelder, a freshman, has taken over in left field. Blaine Brown had been pinch hit for. First pitch swinging, struck well by Nick Parham, back to left, and Eisfelder runs it down for the first out in the 12th inning. The ball will find you. So Bo Rudy continues on, and Ethan Norby has kept rolling too for East Carolina. For both these teams, it's their 5th NCAA tournament game to go into extra innings in program history. Both teams 3-1 in their previous extras games in the tournament. Slider to start out, the leadoff man, Grady Lenahan, who's 0 for 5 so far. 3 flyouts, 2 groundouts for the very talented freshman. Another chopper foul, and he's down 0-2. We've had some blowouts around the country. Georgia Tech put up 22 runs on UIC.
Goodness.
We've had a top seed in Auburn get off to a shaky start against Milwaukee. But this has been the best game so far. Henry Ford handles the hop with a spin, and then Clark digs him out to retire Lenahan for out number 2.
Nice play by Levi Clark over at first base. Watch Henry Ford retreats just a little bit, catches that ball a little bit behind him, spins, and just a little bit short, but a nice dig on the back end by Levi Clark. Well, for the most part, the pitchers have been on. I mean, in a time in college baseball, we see a lot of runs going to scoreboard. It's been a pitcher's duel, and the defense, for the most part, has been outstanding all the way around.
Boy, they're going to bat here for Jack Herring. This is Jack Herring's spot. Matt Lashley, who has played shortstop this year, comes on to hit. Remember, last time we saw Jack Herring, there was nobody on base, and he had 2 strikes on him, and yet he bunted with nobody on base to strike out. I wonder if that's why Cliff Godwin made the move. Lashley pops one up in foul ground. Henry Ford nearly made a fabulous catch. Was certainly surprised when Herring did bunt with 2 strikes on him and nobody on the base paths.
How about this effort, too, by the third baseman, Henry Ford? All he's got, man. He almost made an incredible play.
He's been right in the middle of these big spots the last 4 innings. The only thing you can think of with Herring is, did he offer at a bunt because he was feeling something and trying to fight through it? But Lashley bats here with 2 outs in the 12th, the 1-2 up high. Rudy is certainly given length at times this season, and being tasked with that again here today. And this is good take by Lashley, and the count's full. Rudy's given you 3 innings before this year. This is his longest outing of the year at 3 1/3. 3-2. Lashley on a line to center. Abernathy in, and the inning is over. We go to the bottom of the 12th inning. Bo Rudy emptying the tank for the Vols. Ethan Norby came into this game in the 7th. He goes 4 2/3, 1 run, 8 strikeouts in relief.
Yeah, came into the 7th inning with a 2-0 count, runner at third base, and only 1 out. Back-to-back strikeouts, and then the strikeouts really started to pile up for Ethan Norby. 4 2/3, 2 hits, only 1 run. That was the solo home run. Didn't walk a batter, and 8 strikeouts on the day at 4 2/3 for Ethan Norby.
So he comes out, 65 pitches, and a few parts of that. He pitched twice last weekend, Friday, Sunday. He went 5 2/3 on Sunday. So short rest any way you look at it. And then if you want him to factor into the rest of this weekend, this is probably also maybe the breaking point, would you say, Ben, where you got to take him out?
I think so. I mean, I don't think he's available for tomorrow, but I think one day off he could be available again. I'm going to go with the freshman Ethan Rose out of Bridgeville, PA, making his 27th appearance of the year. He's been good. Now, walks, circle those walks, 23 walks in 33 2/3. So that's the downside for Ethan Rose. But it's a little bit different look.
Yeah, from this submarine slot to start out Trent Grindlinger.
And he throws a lot of fastballs, too. I mean, it's about 86% fastballs for Ethan Rose. And then the rest of it is pretty much the slider after that.
2 really good freshmen in the country here. Rose was on the all-freshman team in the American. So was Grindlinger in the SEC. The 1-0. Top of the zone, a strike with that fastball you mentioned. Usually a lot of sink to it, pairs it with a sweeper. Against Grindlinger, who's 1 for 4 with a scorched single in the 4th. Grindlinger chops one, and it's a shift beater into right field to start the bottom of the 12th. And he has done a whole lot of that in his rookie season, taking his hits backside.
Love that approach right there. I mean, you see the big hole over there, and if you can wait long enough and just shove one to the backside of the field, and that's exactly what he did right here. Ball on the outside part of the plate, plays right into where the shift is. See the big hole on the right side, and that's just putting the ball in play, and a really good start for Tennessee here in the bottom of the 12th.
Tennessee will run for Trent Grindlinger. Some of the really athletic sophomore who they've had high expectations for, Chris Newstrom. As Levi Clark settles in, bottom of the 12th inning. Second straight frame leadoff man on for Tennessee. Clark so far, you see 0 for 4, fly out to right, double play ball to third, and 2 strikeouts against Ethan Norby in the 7th and then in the 10th innings. And now against the freshman Ethan Rose. Down 2-0.
I like Ethan Rose coming in here. I mean, it's a totally different look than what you're used to seeing. We always talk about what makes you different. Is it the analytical world? Is it velocity? Sometimes it can be a little bit different arm slot, a slot that most guys don't see very often.
Ooh, just missed. He wanted that one 3-0. Yeah, for the most part, this has been Rose's natural arm slot since he was quite young. Said he did lower it a little bit when he got to campus here in this freshman season, but he says this is natural for him. 3-0. Clark takes a strike, 3-1.
Patiently aggressive right here for Clark. You're facing a guy that's got a different arm slot and a little sink to the fastball. You want to see it up. You want to attack the one that's up in the zone, not the one that's down.
That grabs the zone. Clark disagrees, but it's a full count.
When Ethan Rose is right, he's creating ground balls, and that's exactly what ECU needs right here, is a ground ball and a chance to turn 2.
3-2. Chopper left side into left field for Levi Clark. Newstrom to second, and the first 2 have reached for the Vols in the bottom of the 12th inning.
Well, he got the ground ball he was looking for. Unfortunately, it found the hole. That ball's 3 or 4 feet to the left, and it could be a double play, but instead it's a base hit. And now what's Tennessee going to do? First and second, nobody out. I mean, you would think the bunt is coming here. You would think to try to get the winning run at third base.
Flip side, maybe you just hit with Chapman. You tried the sack bunt route last inning with Abernathy. You got a guy here in Chapman who's had some big swings for you this season. Do you let him swing it? or just manufacture here and try to walk it
I think it's the eye test and what you're feeling with your hitter right now. If you feel like he's seeing the ball well right now, you let him swing away. But if not, you put a ball on the ground. Now, I don't know how many sacrifice bunts Chapman has all year long. Just one, what you're telling me. So not a lot, but he has done it before. But for me, you put it on the ground right here. And if you're ECU, how do you defend it? Do you put the wheel play on? Do you crash the corners and try to get that lead out over at third base? Or do you play it straight up?
Yeah, you're right. Just one sacrifice bunt this year from Chapman. He's only had 2 total bunts all season. And now here comes Cliff Godwin to make a move. Went to his trusty freshman here in the bottom of the 12th inning. A couple of singles. And now right back to the bullpen. To another freshman in Charlie Hoagland. This game has not disappointed. And what else would you expect in Chapel Hill? Hoagland coming on. Tennessee will try to walk it off next. Perfect postseason weather in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Yeah, we got the meats out. We're ready to go. We'll take some of that up here, please, in the broadcast booth.
We know where we're going in between games.
Yep. In game 1 of the Chapel Hill Regional, North Carolina and VCU slated right now for 5 o'clock Eastern time on ESPN Plus. Meantime, we go back to the bullpen for East Carolina with Charlie Hoagland coming on. Slow heartbeat freshman who was on the big stage to finish it in the conference tournament Sunday.
Hoagland making his 19th appearance of the year, 22 2/3. He struck out 22 opponents, hitting .244 off the freshman left-hander, Hoagland.
Do you drop it down with Chapman or let him hit? Nobody out, 2 on in the 12th. And when he did, at least indicate he was going to, but it was that part of his calculus, expecting a pick.
That's what you don't know.
To have him reveal it.
And that's very common. Inside move to second base. Maybe the hitter will tip something off.
Josh Elander at least milking it. And the first pitch, Chapman does square, and he pops it foul. Now, this is interesting. Hoagland's been really good left on left. But so is Chapman. He's actually pounded left-handed pitching way better than he has righties this year.
But the arm slot is not a typical lefty arm slot. It's a little bit different.
Hey, now we go 1-3.
So trying to drop it down with Reese Chapman needing just 1 run. 0-1. Chapman gets it down, and Wallace at third. Boy, what a good job getting that pitch down.
Big time. Because it's hard to get your barrel above that ball. That's an elevated fastball. When you got 1 strike, that's what you want to do as a pitcher, is try to elevate a ball. Maybe you get the pop up, but that's a good job right there. Just watch where the barrel is. Barrel's right top of the strike zone. He goes up, and I love the angle of the bat. Just places it perfectly down the left field line. ECU now, of course, going to bring the infield in. winning run at third base.
And Josh Elander wants to talk about this with everyone, including his two base runners. Remember, Reese Chapman was on the base pads back in the 5th inning when the infield was in for East Carolina and Blaine Brown lined to second. It turned into 2. Contact play was on at that point. And so Josh Elander, Craig Bell, Ross Kivett and company going over everything here with 1 out and 2nd and 3rd.
And Marin's already got 1 sack bunt today. So it would not surprise me to see a squeeze or a safety squeeze here either.
A whale of a ball game comes down to this in the bottom of the 12th. And now Cliff Godwin comes back out. He's going right back to the bullpen. 2 pitches for Charlie Hoagland in the left on left. And Cliff Godwin using all the bullets. Brett Antolik will come on for East Carolina. And we'll keep it right here in Chapel Hill. So Hoagland departs after the left on left and the sac bunt from Reese Chapman. And if you're just joining us, if you've been watching other games that have gone final, welcome to Chapel Hill. This was the 9th inning. It was tied 1-1. First pitch, top 9, Davin Whitaker put East Carolina in front. And then in the bottom of the 9th inning, Henry Ford with Tennessee down to its final out, 2 strikes away, went deep to tie it.
That's what you call answering the bell. Henry Ford's 20th long ball of the year, 2 out and on 2-1 count. Sitting on a fastball, and boy, did he not miss that one. And that's where we are right now.
Yeah, we got to update the scoreline here to the 11th and 12th, and who knows how much more we're going to need.
Man, what a game. What a game. Seen a little bit of everything. Long balls, some great defensive plays. 4 double plays have been turned in this one.
Henry Ford's big swing saved Tennessee in this opener. All right, so to the bullpen for East Carolina, and Brett Antolik, redshirt sophomore from Pennsylvania, 2nd year at East Carolina, spent some time at Texas A&M earlier in his career.
Yeah, making his 11th appearance. He does have 5 starts. See the ERA elevated for him. Pretty good strikeout to walk ratio, 3-1. But he's allowed 21 hits in 14 2/3 so far.
He has struggled throwing strikes. It's one of the 2 lowest strike rates on the team, but it's the best swing and miss rate on the team because he's got some real stuff.
Yeah, you look at it, the fastball velocity. It starts there. I mean, the fastball is going to average right at 95. And after that, he's got the slider and a changeup, an occasional curveball as well. A big-time swing and miss on that slider. His 64% swing and miss.
Do you expect intentional walk here to load the bases?
I think it makes it easier for ECU in case there is a bunt. Then that way you could get the force out at home plate.
Manny Marin climbs into the box. Chris Newstrom, the pinch runner, is at 3rd. Infield is in. And Antolik will deal to Marin. First pitch swinging, he pops it up in foul ground, drifting off at the railing and out of play. We welcome those of you watching on Squeeze Play also. Yup, we're still playing, bottom of the 12th, in the best game of the day so far. Ben McDonald, Mike Monaco with you. Each team had a solo home run in the 9th inning. And now Manny Marin batting with 2nd and 3rd, 1 out. And East Carolina pitching to him, not loading the bases. Brett Antolik's 0-1. Marin does drop down a bunt that you thought might be coming, Bill.
Yep. Well, Marin showed you early in the game. He's a really good bunter, had a really good sacrifice bunt. He just tries to put one on the ground and couldn't keep it fair. And that wasn't a safety squeeze. That was an all-out squeeze.
Yeah, that bunt earlier from Marin was only his 3rd of the season. So now it's 0-2. And Tolik deals. Swing and a miss. 2 down in the 12th.
Wow. Big time pitch. Looked like that little slider just right at the bottom of the zone, just kind of off the outside edge. Perfectly placed.
And now Nate Eisfelder will bat for the first time. Freshman from Johnson City, Tennessee. Trying to hold up on the first pitch offering, and it's strike one. Eisfelder stepped into the starting lineup in Hoover when Reese Chapman suffered the facial fracture. And Tolik's 0-1. Another slider, a ball and a strike on the rookie Eisfelder. 5 hits for Eisfelder this year. 3 of them have gone for extra bases, and he's made loud contact. The 1-1. Eisfelder at the end of the bat, and Irby with the backhand. And the inning is over. East Carolina running on pitching fumes in Chapel Hill. They get to the 13th nonetheless. Irby hobble. The Vols leave 2 in Chapel Hill. Man, how about this ball game? We need 2 line scores for you as we go to the 13th inning. Tied at 2, and moments ago, this was what happened over at first for Austin Irby. Watch his left foot. Just on that little slide, appears to aggravate or hurt something, and he came up hobbled, favoring the left ankle.
That ball had a lot of English on it. He had to kind of dive a little bit to his right-hand side and twisted his left ankle, it looked like.
Tennessee has, it feels like, used its entire roster practically, and yet Bo Rudy's still out there. 3 2/3 shutout ball, 1 hit. 3, 4, and 5. Braden Burris is down 0-2 against Rudy in Rudy's longest outing of the season. And North Carolina is sitting somewhere here at Boshemer Stadium thinking, keep playing, boys.
Couldn't go any better for them, and that's exactly what they're thinking. Both of these teams have just emptied the pitching that they had.
And same with VCU, the 4 seed watching on as they get ready to square off with North Carolina. 4 seed VCU, who has had a heck of a season in the Atlantic 10, led by 30-year-old head coach Sean Thompson, a former VCU great. Now the head coach of his alma mater. JoJo Howie, another former VCU pitcher, is the pitching coach. Burris takes up, and it's a ball and 2 strikes from Rudy. Rudy did have an outing last year at Kennesaw State where he worked 4 1/3. But that was almost a year and a half ago. On the ground, past Henry Ford's dive down the left field line for Braden Burris. It's a leadoff double to begin the 13th for East Carolina.
2 base hits today for Burris, and none bigger than that one right there. That's how you want to get the party started right there at the top of the 13th inning. I mean, watch where he hits this ball. I mean, perfectly places it. It's like an elevated breaking ball. Just goes out and kind of circles it right past Henry Ford down at third base. Ford pulled off the bag just enough to get it by him.
And now Ford is heading off toward the Tennessee dugout. He's looking at his right hand. You see he reached back with that right hand too. I mean, 2 teams that have completely given pretty much everything they've got individually and on their rosters today.
I mean, it's been one of the best postseason games I've seen in a while.
Me too. "13 innings deep in a regional, a location that the last few years has been known for outstanding ball games."
And the difference in this ball game to me, ECU 2 for 8 runners in score position, Tennessee 0 for 9. They've had 9 opportunities to come up with a big base hit and not been able to do it with a runner in score position as of yet.
So now they're wrapping up what appears to be the right wrist of Henry Ford. Have another look at it.
Did his right wrist get caught up underneath him, or is it more of like a brush burn maybe?
Oh, he's going to fully wrap that thing.
Could have been a little bit of both.
I mean, can you throw?
I can say, I mean, if I was him, I'd want a couple tosses right about right now, just to see what it feels like before you have to do it when it really matters. And that's what he's going to get, a couple tosses just to kind of see what it feels like.
Boy, that's pretty serious.
That's a lot,
job.
That's a lot going on right there.
I mean, that is confidence from a player and also a head coach. I mean, I know he's one of your stars, but trusting that he's okay to throw like that. After Braden Burris led off this 13th inning with a double. And now Davin Whitaker is already squaring. Pulls back, and Whitaker skies one foul.
Well, that's got to be a bad feeling for Levi Clark. See him square around, you get all up in his face, and he takes a full hack, and you're standing about 30 feet away.
By the way, this is the first regional game to go at least 13 innings since 2023. A game that involved North Carolina against Iowa 3 years ago.
Well, if you're Whitaker here, it's about he's standing there, get him over any way you can and get him in.
Whitaker drops it down. Rudy up with it, flips to Grimmer. Sack successful. Burris to third, and one away in the 13th.
How about that? Whitaker a home run in the 9th inning, and now a sack bunt in the 13th. That is ECU baseball right there.
Small ball from Cliff Godwin. And now Colby Wallace will bat.
Colby Wallace, what, 0 for 5 today? Tennessee going to push the infield in as they have to.
Levi Clark is well in at first. First pitch misses inside, ball 1 to Colby Wallace, second-year starter who has been productive this year in spots like these. 46 RBIs, just 1 home run this year. With Braden Burris representing the go-ahead run, it's a squeeze. Clark can't handle. East Carolina leads. Wow!
There you go. That's ECU right there. Colby Wallace 0 for 5 on the day, and he lays down a perfect squeeze bunt here to give ECU a 1-run lead here in the top of the 13th. Executed it perfectly. Matter of fact, 2 bunts executed perfectly by ECU here. Runner coming from third base, and he gets a pitch that he can handle. Again, a tough one, an elevated fastball, and he stays right on top of it and places it perfectly. See the runner coming from third base?
Wow.
There was going to be a glove flip by Levi Clark at first base. If he would have fielded it cleanly with the glove, he was going to glove flip at the home plate, but instead he couldn't come up with it, and ECU takes the lead here in the 13th.
A squeeze play on squeeze play for those of you watching. How about that from Colby Wallace, who had dropped down 8 bunts this season, and he puts one down with Burris revving the engine and on the move off a third. And you said it. I mean, this is East Carolina baseball from Cliff Godwin.
This is what they do. This is what they do. It's not a powerful team as far as hitting home runs, hitting a ton of doubles, but they figure out ways to manufacture runs. That's what they do. They have lived all year long on pitching and enough offense and a really solid defense.
The longest NCAA tournament game in 3 years in regional action. Jeff Sabater takes strike one inside part of the plate from Bo Rudy at 88. Boy, how big was Braden Burris getting aboard to start this top of the 13th. And Whitaker dropped it down, and then Wallace does the same. 0-2 on Sabater. Backside and pass forward in the left for Jeff Sabater. Off the bench.
How about that?
No problem. He's got 2 hits since the 11th inning.
Right off the bench. A double in the 11th. Now a single in the 13th. And ECU trying to play a little add-on here.
Boy, when you think about Tennessee with Manny Marin, last half inning, they tried a squeeze. East Carolina executed the squeeze, even when Tennessee saw it coming. And now Josh Elander has got to go get Bo Rudy in his longest outing of the season and one of the longest of Rudy's career. We think 52 pitches. Elander out to chat. And Elander does make the call to the bullpen. Man, Bo Rudy pitched his heart out today. 4 innings in relief. And now how about this? Tennessee's got to turn to the freshman Will Haas in the 13th. East Carolina with Colby Wallace squeezes its way in front of Tennessee in the top of the 13th inning in the best game of day 1 of the NCAA tournament. Bo Rudy gave everything he had, and Tennessee's forced to go to the pen for a true freshman from Minnesota in Will Haas, who this time last year blew out, had the internal brace procedure for elbow surgery. He's been really good recently.
Yeah, strike thrower. I mean, you look what he's done. Only 4 walks, 22 strikeouts in 13 innings of work. Opponents hitting .235 off the freshman left-hander, Haas.
Goes left on left with Austin Irby and starts with 96 for ball 1. First and second for Irby, who's been great. Single and a double his first 2 trips. A walk in the 9th. He got intentionally walked in the 11th. Remember, he limped off in the last half inning, favoring his left ankle.
Haas heavy on the fastball. Right at 70% of the time, he will throw that pitch right there. A little slider and a changeup to go with it.
Against a potentially hobbled Austin Irby, who's been dialed in here offensively today. The 1-1 yanked outside. Good grab by Garrett Wright. Wow.
How did he even hang on to that ball?
Colby Wallace at second. Jeff Sabater, who singled, is on at first. He can run well. 2-1. That misses. 3-1. Remember, the issue with Tennessee all season has been the bullpen. In SEC play, those issues have popped up. 7.21, the league ERA from relievers this year for the Vols. 3-1. Irby back up the middle. Marin flips. Grimmer turns, and it's 2 from Will Haas. Big time stuff from the freshman, locking in. Tennessee's down a run. They've got 9, 1, and 2 in the 13th next. Get some burgers on the grill on a beautiful Friday late afternoon in Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Burgers and steaks. That looked like a big old ribeye he took off right there.
A little bone-in ribeye for Big Ben McDonald.
We got to find out where that is. They look like they got plenty to go around.
I think right field. I see some smoke, maybe. We'll find out. Whenever this game goes final, we got a good one. Tennessee down a run, bottom of the 13th inning. They've got 9, 1, and 2. Remember, they are deep into East Carolina's bullpen. Brett Antolik came on to face a couple hitters in the bottom of the 12th. Part of 3 different pitchers who Cliff Godwin used that inning. Jay Abernathy leads off against Antolik. First pitch, strike 1 with the splitter. Abernathy had a sac bunt in the 11th, couple Ks and a ground out to first. Over the top of a splitter, and it's 0-2. Antolik, again, a talented arm who started his career at Texas A&M, but has dealt with hip problems the last couple years. Didn't pitch at all last year at East Carolina, and at Texas A&M he only logged about 5 innings. But good stuff for Antolik. Abernathy strikes out. All splitters, and there's one away.
And a very good splitter, too. Starts it in the zone, man, and that's the key when you get to 2 strikes. What looks like a strike to the hitter out of the hand, and then you get it just off the outside edge. Strike the ball. Well done by Antolik. How about ECU pitching day? 15 strikeouts.
As they go back to the top for Garrett Wright. A right-on-right splitter to start. To Wright, one of the best bats for Tennessee, but he's 0 for 4 today. Couple Ks, and then he got hit by a pitch in the 11th.
Can the Vols answer again?
Wright and then Grimmer. And should it get there, it'd be Henry Ford. Brett Antolik's 1-1. Wright laces one. That's a fair ball over Colby Wallace into the left field corner. Garrett Wright delivers a 1-out double in the 13th.
Big time right there. 1 out, and he lucky he got that splitter on the inside part of the plate. Did Garrett Wright. And now your tying run out at second base. Boy, ball just trying to get it to the outside. It's working to the inside part of the plate. A nice move by Garrett Wright. Tennessee will have yet another chance. Runners in scoring position. 0 for 9 on the day.
Can Blake Grimmer come through? He homered in the 4th. First pitch, ball 1. Another splitter from Antolik. It's Grimmer's only hit today. 3 fly ball outs plus a strikeout on a splitter he saw in the 6th from Joe Webb. 2-0 on Grimmer. Garrett Wright leads off a second. Antolik's 2-0. Grimmer takes a strike. He thought it was down. 2-1.
Antolik just leaning on that splitter, isn't he?
Former big-time prospect out of high school. Now in a leverage spot in the regionals. 2-1. Grimmer chops it foul. 2-2. I mean, it is all splitters.
All splitters and all down. And if Grimmer can't get it done, Henry Ford on deck waiting his turn.
The 2-2. Grimmer on the ground, sharply into right field, a base hit. Garrett Wright around third. We are tied again. The Grim Reaper delivers for the Vols.
There's your big base hit with a runner in scoring position right there. Vols were 0 for 9, make it 1 for 10, and we are all new again in the bottom of the 13th. Right back to it again, and a really good swing. That ball's left up, and boy, he knew it as soon as he hit it. Did Grimmer, and he had tied this ball game up. He puts a finger in the air.
And now Henry Ford, who tied it in the 9th inning, trying to win it in the 13th. Ball 1 at 96. Finally a heater from Brett Antolik. 2 walks also for Henry Ford. Power bat who has reached 20 home runs with that big fly today. The 1-0. And misses just outside. 2-0 on Henry Ford. I mean, it is crazy how games here in Chapel Hill in the postseason always deliver. Laced by Ford, foul out ahead of the splitter. 2-1. Think about 2 years ago here, the regional and the super for North Carolina. crazy games against Long Island and LSU. LSU played some crazy games here. And now ECU and Tennessee starting this regional in much the same way. 2-1. Ooh, Ford takes a strike. 2-2. Maybe thought it was off or thinking splitter there.
I think he's probably thinking splitter. But it was a well-placed fastball to get back in the count. 2-2.
2-2. Just off the edge, and the count's full. Boy, even the misses have been marginal. Stress baked on the diamond here in Chapel Hill.
Don't give in here. He did
it off himself.
A little 3-2 splitter.
And if you want to avoid paying for a ticket, just go to the Field Hockey Stadium.
Yeah, plenty high enough. You can see everything.
3-2. Ford strikes out. Antolik reaches back for 96 to fan Tennessee's biggest bat, and there's 2 away.
Big time sequence right there. Splitter for a foul ball on 3-2, then he takes that old 4-seamer at 96. That's what you call reaching deep. Not only was it 96, it was placed perfectly on the outside edge.
And now here comes Trent Grindlinger's spot. And Tyler Myatt will bat for him in the DH spot. Guy who's got some power. And Myatt takes strike 1. Myatt's a Tennessee native. JUCO transfer. Last year, JUCO Player of the Year in the country. Absurd numbers. He's fallen out of the mix here recently, and it's 0-2 on it. Remember, they had run for Grindlinger earlier. So Myatt the bat that Josh Elander summons here, using all reaches of the roster. Brett Antolik's 0-2. Outside 1-2 on Myatt. The 1-2. Myatt strikes out, and we go to the 14th. But Tennessee ties this game, courtesy Blake Grimmer. He's driven in 2 of the 3 for the Vols. We got a 14th inning on the way. Tied at 1 going to the 9th inning when Davin Whitaker led off the top of the 9th with a solo shot to put East Carolina on top. Well, bottom of the 9th inning, Henry Ford went deep to tie it when the Vols were down to their final out. So 2-2 all the way to the 13th inning. Colby Wallace authors a squeeze to score Braden Burris and give East Carolina the lead. But Big Ben McDonald, Tennessee had an answer.
Tennessee has been able to answer, and what a game it has been, too. Tennessee scored first in the 4th inning. ECU answers back in the top of the 5th. Both teams score in the 9th. Both teams score in the 13th. And to the 14th we go.
Can we get a pulse check on you, Big Ben? How we doing over there?
We're doing good.
The 14th.
We're doing good. I'm nervous for both of these teams because they pushed all their chips in with all their best pitchers.
Meantime, VCU and UNC just sitting there waiting. And whoever wins that one's going to be in a position tomorrow to get one of these teams who will have won an emotional game, but at a cost of a long one. Will Haas back out there, true freshman lefty, against 8-9-1 with Walker Barron. And we're doing pretty good. We're hydrated, we're nourished.
Starting to get a little hungry, but we'll take care of that in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm with you. Need sustenance. 2-0 is the strike at 91 from Haas to Barron. Tennessee in this game has used 4 pitchers, while East Carolina has just kind of blitzed through their best arms. 6 different Pirates pitchers. This is skied. Left field by Walker Barron. East Carolina leads. How do you do, Walker Barron?
Walker Barron was 0 for 5 until that swing right there. Make it 1 for 6 and an ECU lead here in the top of the 14th. Barron's 6th long ball of the season, his 35th RBI. And that's what you call Mikey sitting on a fastball in a 2-1 count and getting it and not missing it. Watch this swing right here. 2-1 count, hunting a fastball, and he got one just middle third of the plate. He knew it when he touched that one. The ECU had a 1-run lead. Little bat flip.
For a guy who's known for his defense and his leadership. Second-year starter. Last year struggled with the bat. This year has made strides. And as big a swing as he's had in his career. Nick Parham squares and takes strike 1. It's just incredible resiliency that East Carolina and Tennessee,
both of them,
but that East Carolina keeps showing in this game. Ravaged by injuries to its pitching staff this year. They keep trotting out arms in this one, and the offense keeps giving them a chance.
And you talk to most coaches, they'll tell you, we don't mind the struggles early in the year. The struggles are what make you who you are. It makes you tough. It makes you resilient in a lot of ways, and that's ECU. And Tennessee in a lot of ways, too. We talked about Tennessee and how they got off to a rough start in conference play. They won, what, 1 series in their first 4, but then they won 4 of their last 6 conference series, and they got it going, too.
Will Haas deals a 1-2. Parham strikes out. There's 1 away. Let's go back to the big fly from Barron one more time.
Boy, was that a pretty swing. That's what you call leaning back on one. And boy, he leaned back on that with a little bat flip. Little words for his dugout. You talk about a no doubter. That one got out of here.
I mean, a little terror squad. Fat Joe just leaned back from Walker Barron. Big fly. Back to the top, Grady Lenahan. First pitch swinging, a rocket into left field. First time he's been aboard today in 7 trips. Yeah, you get 7 ABs in a 14-inning game.
Oh, ECU hunting those fastballs right now from Haas. They're going up there, they're looking for fastballs, and they're not missing them.
So man on now for Matt Lashley. It's the first regional game that's gone at least 14 innings since 2023. Tennessee Clemson. Remember that one? Tennessee won 6-5 in the 14th. Cam Canarella right in the middle of that one. Left on left, Haas's first pitch misses with the breaking ball to Lashley, who came off the bench in the 12th inning. The bat for Jack Herring, who tried to bunt with nobody on and 2 strikes in the 10th inning and struck out, and didn't bat his next time in the 12th. Seen a little bit of everything today. That's a strike from Haas. Haas, a real talented arm who Josh Elander told us yesterday he might have fought to earn starts for this team this year had he not been coming back from the internal brace when he blew out around this time in high school last year. Tasked with huge innings in extras. Came on in the 13th to get a double play ball. Gave up the home run to Walker Barron moments ago here in the 14th. 1-1. Lashley lays off 2-1 against Haas. By the way, it'll be 5, 6, and 7 for Tennessee in the next half inning. Great crowd on hand here at the Bosch. 2-1. Outside 3-1 on Lashley. Haas delivers, the runner goes, the pitcher ball, and it's a walk to Matt Lashley. So it puts 2 on for East Carolina, threatening more.
Yeah, and if you're ECU, man, it's about adding on here. Because you've gotten a 1-run lead twice, and Tennessee's come back and got one of their own.
And East Carolina will go to the 3 spot in its order for Braden Burris. Well-told story of a guy who is from Cliff Godwin's hometown of Snow Hill, North Carolina. Showed up as a walk-on, and he scored the go-ahead run last inning after he led off the 13th with a double. Josh Elander comes out and appears ready to make a move. Yeah, left-handed activity in the bullpen as Tennessee is using all the big guns. This is Cam Appenzeller, a guy who got off to a fabulous start to his freshman season. Tennessee did not want to use him today, but they have to. All the chips to the middle of the felt, and Cam Appenzeller coming on in the 14th. It's the first game. We're getting about 2 games worth between Tennessee and East Carolina in the opener. First pitch was slated for 5 Eastern between North Carolina and VCU, but you need to have at least 55 minutes between games. So we're probably looking at least an hour between when this one goes final and that one starts over on ESPN+. VCU, the 4 seed out of the A10. Real special season, a team that got hot in the last third of the year. Ready to go up against Ryan Lynch, who's getting the ball for North Carolina, not Jason DeCaro. And here in the 14th inning, Tennessee goes to the freshman lefty, SEC all-freshman team member Cam Appenzeller, who they really didn't want to use today.
Yeah, making his 19th appearance. He's got 2 starts under his belt, 53 and a third he has worked. He can strike you out 59 of those. Pretty good strikeout to walk ratio, 4-1. Opponents hitting .245. off the left-hander, Appenzeller. 3-pitch mix for him. Fastball, slider, and a changeup. And his most used pitch, of course, is that fastball, about 63% of the time.
And he will face East Carolina's 3-hitter, Braden Burris. Burris squares, pulls back. It's 91 for ball 1 from Appenzeller. Appenzeller got off to a sterling start to this season. He had a lengthy scoreless inning streak in SEC play. He's already been invited to Team USA training camp. Down and in, 2-0.
Yeah, and he hit a little bit of wall, but that's not uncommon for freshmen, especially in your first season on campus. Get out the gates pretty quickly, hit a little bit of a wall, and then get it going again.
Josh Elander said to us yesterday he's just been grinding through it a bit. He built up his pitch count so he could go long. They were probably envisioning that this weekend. They have not gone back-to-back with him this year, and they had to go to him here in a 1-run game. 3-0 on Braden Burris. On the ground, left field, base hit, Braden Burris. Lenahan to the plate. The throw not in time, and East Carolina adds on. 5-3 Pirates.
How about Burris? Green light on a 3-0 count. Cliff Godwin trusting his guys, getting the green light on 3-0, and boy, does it ever pay off. An RBI single right past the shortstop, and Marin, watch this. You think the take is on, but it's not. It's just a barrel ball up on a fastball, and that's what you call and on right there.
The rare 2-run margin in this game. And now Davin Whitaker fouls one back on a first pitch breaking ball. Finally a 2-run lead for one of these teams. A little bit of breathing room for East Carolina. Whitaker had that 9th inning home run, then a sac bunt his last time in the 13th. This one caroms away, but no movement off a second from Lashley. One 2-1 the count on Davin Whitaker. Appenzeller deals. Flared towards second, and infield fly rule in effect at Blake Grimmer for out number 2. If you can keep this at 5-3,
yes,
you got 5, 6, and 7. You got some veteran hitters you trust. Levi Clark, Reese Chapman, and Manny Marin for Josh Elander. And for East Carolina, you're thinking more. 2 on, 2 out. Colby Wallace, the batter. He had the squeeze in the 13th to score Braden Burris. First pitch cut out and missed with the changeup. Wallace had been 0 for 5 before that bunt last inning. Former two-way guy settling in at third down the stretch only. Laces this one into left. Fair ball into the corner.
They're going to send him.
He scores from second. Here comes Burris all the way from first, and it's a 2-run double for Colby Wallace.
Wow. How about ECU, man? That's big time.
Man, they are tough.
This is big time here. Fastball to the inside part of the plate. Another guy hunting the fastball, and boy, just laces it down the left field line, and the race is on now. 2-run score. The second one all the way from first base. And ECU now up 7-3 in the top of the 14th.
Wallace at second for Jeff Sabater, squares and takes strike one. The 0-1 from Appenzell. Boy, East Carolina has just thrown punches every single time.
They've thrown them in, they've absorbed them too, and they keep coming back.
And it kind of typifies this team and what they've done the last few weeks. Cliff Godwin's group, again, he told us he's as proud of this team as any that he's had in a dozen years as the head coach. With chopper from Speedy Sabater, Manny Marion's got to get rid of it, and he does. And the inning's over. But 4 runs on the board for East Carolina in the 14th inning. What an effort from the Pirates. Walker Barron had the home run to get it started to lead off the 14th. And then 3 more from East Carolina, looking for 3 more outs. You know it's getting late when the line score needs 2 pages. We go to the bottom of the 14th inning. We are recharging with, I think, granola bars.
Whatever we can at this point.
Here in the booth. We like ribeyes, we'll settle for granola bars. In the bottom of the 14th, Boshamer Stadium, Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Ben McDonald, Mike Monaco with you. And East Carolina puts up a 4 spot in the top half. Brett Antolik back to work against 5, 6, and 7, starting with Levi Clark. And can Antolik finish this for the Pirates? And what does Tennessee have left? They've thrown some huge punches in this game. But now staring up at a 4-run margin. And this is as well. 2-0 to start from Antolik. Levi Clark had a pull side single his last time in the 12th against Submariner Ethan Rose. Heater for a strike. We're about to have the 400th pitch of this game. I can assure you, we've seen them all. Inside 3-1 on Levi Clark.
Boy, the first bat of this inning is so big for Antolik, especially being up 4 runs.
Can Clark find a way on? 3-1. Bottom of the zone for a strike, full count. Veteran bat in Levi Clark.
And if you're Antolik here, you're not tricking anybody. Whenever pitch you feel like you can throw for a strike, that's what you throw.
Leaning on the heater more here recently, Ben, than the splitter we saw out of the gates.
Yep. I didn't know the fastball was as good velocity-wise for Antolik. We saw a lot of splitters early. But he's been unleashing 94, 95. It's when you want to make Tennessee earn their way on the path here.
Brett Antolik's 3-2. Clark chops it high to third at Colby Wallace. One away. Antolik just did not give in.
Called all the way back from a 3-1 count, made it 3-2, then finally got a weak ground ball over to third and a huge first out here in the bottom of the 14th.
East Carolina 2 outs away from getting to the 1-0 game tomorrow night as Reese Chapman climbs in. A double and a sac bunt. And strike one to start to the senior right fielder, just back from the facial fracture today. Nothing at 2 on Chapman. Well, how about these arms for East Carolina? Guys like Antolik who have really stepped up. This guy had an ERA in the 7s, had thrown about 15 innings this year. He's given them 2 innings so far and 4 punch-outs.
Well, that's what has to happen in the postseason. If you're going to make deep runs in the postseason, there's another big-time pitch. That one at 96, Mikey. 0-2 pitch, elevated fastball, and 2 outs, and Tennessee's down to their final out. 18 strikeouts today, a season high for ECU. But that's what has to happen. If you're going to make deep runs in postseason, you have to have guys that maybe struggle a little bit throughout the year, but on both sides of the ball, offensively and from a pitching standpoint, to start to elevate their games. We talked about all the injuries that ECU has had from a pitching standpoint. It's very rare you lose 2/3 of your weekend rotation and your closer, and you still find your way to postseason play.
Manny Marin is the last hope in this one for Tennessee. Brett Antolik's 1-1. And Tennessee down to its last strike. A vocal East Carolina contingent in Chapel Hill rises. Brett Antolik's 1-2. Staying alive, Manny Marin. An hour and 49 minutes away to get from Greenville to Chapel Hill. 1-2 again. Marin pokes it foul. Boy, and they've been boisterous throughout this one. 4.5 hours deep, trying to outlast Tennessee, staying hydrated at the Bosch in Chapel Hill. We got tarps off, we're fueling up, and East Carolina trying to finish this off. Brett Antolik is ready with another 1-2. Marin pulls it in the left field, a base hit. Tennessee's not done quite yet. 2-out single from Manny Marin. He stayed on the off speed.
Boy, Tennessee just stick with. They ain't going to go quietly, and I wouldn't expect them to either.
102 miles an hour off Manny Marin's bat. And now to the 8th spot for Nate Eisfelder, a true freshman off the bench. Strike one to start. Antolik faced Eisfelder in the 12th inning. Got a ground out to first to end that threat in strand 2. On the ground to short. Parham up with it, and it's over. East Carolina wins an epic to start the regional in Chapel Hill in 14 innings.
Man, that's a big-time effort. Big time. And you start with the pitchers. I mean, Towers was good. Webb was good. Norby, unbelievable. 8 strikeouts in 4 2/3. And Hoagland and Tolik to finally finish it off. The difference in the ball game for me, runners in scoring position. ECU 4 for 13. Tennessee had some opportunities, man, but only 1 for 10. And that's the difference in the ball game.
So important to win your first game if you want to win a regional, and East Carolina does it in 14 frames. They await the winner of North Carolina and VCU, which is coming up on ESPN Plus about an hour from now. Tennessee will be back tomorrow at noon Eastern. We will get you the television info probably late tonight, early tomorrow to find where you can watch the Vols. Meantime, we got more great action going on for Ben McDonald and our entire excellent crew led by Matt Bartley and Steve Turnberger. Mike Monaco saying so long for now from Chapel Hill. Let's get you to Eugene, Washington State, and Oregon State with David Aardsma. Here's Clay Matvick.